Hello and welcome to Unacademy. I welcome you all to this session, an interesting one and a one which will most probably take us 7 to 8 hours. Good afternoon to all of you. Am I audible and visible to everyone? Can you confirm that to me? Yes, sir. Okay. So today we have an interesting task in hand. The way we covered modern India, today we are going to cover ancient and medieval. And we'll start around 2 million years ago, which is prehistory, and we'll go up till the death of Aurangzeb, which is 1707. Now, before we start our analysis, I would like to first explain to you what is the purpose of this session, how is ancient medieval placed in the larger story, and at the same point of time, we will try to understand how can we use this session in the preparation. Now, please understand one thing first. What is the purpose of ancient and medieval? See, ancient and medieval, unlike modern India or art and culture, these two are mains and prelims, whilst world history and post independence are only mains. Ancient and medieval is PT oriented. You get questions out of ancient and early medieval and medieval in the prelims examination. However, there is a catch here. And the catch is that if you don't understand these three, ancient, early medieval, medieval, art and culture will make no sense whatsoever. No sense whatsoever, because the art and culture is grounded in these three. And therefore, in order to make your art and culture strong, you need to have an understanding of ancient, medieval, and early medieval. First thing. Second thing is, if you know ancient, there are questions which are coming in the examination, which is basically presuming ancient India's art and culture. A very good example of that would be the mains question on Vedic age, the question on how Vedic society and economy is evolving. These questions per se should not be in the mains examination, but because it is part of society and society is part of culture, therefore they're asking these questions. Similarly, Akbar's religious policy, very good. Therefore, this session has two main purposes for you. The first purpose is to make sure that you revise and cover ancient India if you haven't till this point. Meaning, if you have avoided ancient India till this point or medieval India till this point, maybe this session will give you that much understanding that in the prelims examination, the 2 to 5 questions and the 2 to 5 questions which come out of medieval and ancient India, you are able to solve. So this is for that student who has been evading this process. Second, for a student who's already covered ancient and medieval, I would say that this is a revision session for you so that you can just skim everything with me and we can basically go from Paleolithic till Aurangzeb and cover everything systematically. Now, please do understand one thing. There is no point running away from ancient and medieval. That is why we are having this marathon, because it will be rewarding in the long run when it comes to art and culture and individually also. You want to read only Tamil Nadu books, you want to read whatever you want to read. That's a separate issue altogether. You read the course for whatever it is. But the problem is that because ancient medieval are vast, students don't know where to start and end. In turn, they tend to just leave it and move on. And that is why they don't write good art and culture answers, which in turn translates into something like a disaster in GS paper 1 also. So a lot of students knew Vedic age, but they did not really pay attention, or even Akbar's religious policy did not pay attention to it. And that in turn led to this type of disastrous, you can say, understanding, where the 5 questions of GS paper 1, 3 were such that they were actually intersecting with ancient and medieval. So without study of ancient medieval, this session use or not, I am not going to presume that you know ancient and medieval. I am going to teach you from the basics, in the sense that I can't go into the bare basics. But yes, if you are going to be with me till 11 in the night, you will be able to pick up multiple things which will help you in the examination per se. Now, talking about the structure, Tamil Nadu board you can read for ancient India, that is good. Ancient medieval you can read. You should read R.S. Sharma also and Satish Chandra. Satish Chandra is a better book in that regard, but yes. So we are starting in and around 4:15. So I intend to give you the first break around 6:15 or 6:30. The idea is to cover at least 50-60% of ancient India. Then the part 2, I would say, we will again go for a 2 hour or 2.5 hour stint. And most probably by 8:30 or 9, I give you your second break, which would be a longer break for dinner. And we should end by 11 or 12 a.m. today. So the idea is like this only, that it should take 7 to 8 hours. But if it takes less, even better. If not, we will go extend till 1 o'clock in the night. Right? Okay. Chehek, that's a very good strategy. Just keep on going through the chapters with me and keep on marking what I'm emphasizing. So if everyone is here, can we start our discussion for today? Yes or no? Yes, sir. I want everybody in the session, and you have to interact, and this has to be a two-way interaction. Okay. Sure, Mohammed, we'll do that. We'll do that. I'll give you a round iftar. Don't worry. Okay. Yes, sir. Now, before I begin, remember that the 19,999 plus 6 months free offer, double validity offer, is going to end tomorrow. Even if you are watching this video later, there would be some offer for you for sure. And you have to use the code IAS English so as to be tagged to our team and to get the maximum discount possible. So with this, let's start our analysis. Let's enter ancient India. Now, the first discussion which I want to have with you is, what is the timeline of ancient India, right? Because if you understand the timeline per se, you will be able to understand what is the ebb and flow generally. So, our timeline starts in and around the Paleolithic period. Then we have Mesolithic. Then we have Neolithic. Then we have IVC. This is 2 million years ago or 2 million BCE. This is 10,000 BCE. This is 4,000 BCE. And this is 2600 BCE core period. Thereafter, if I go into the larger timeline, then it splits. You have the early Vedic period, the later Vedic period, then the Mahajanpadas. This is for North India, along with then the Mauryas, Post-Maurya, and Gupta. Timeline, here you have 1500. This is 1000 BCE. This is 600 BCE. This is 324. For the students who have the courseware, this is in the first page itself, 324 to 184. Then this would be 185, 184 BCE till close to 300 CE. And this is 300 to 600. I'm giving you ballpark figure. You will understand, Mantesh, be with me first and then you'll understand it. In the southern timeline, we have a major period called Megalithic, which is 3rd millennium BCE to more or less 300 BCE. Then we have Sangam, which is 300 to 300 BCE CE, and thereafter Satavahanas plus Sangam, and last would be Vakatakas. So this is basically the timeline which we have to cover. Now you have to understand two things here very clearly, which is that there are two new developments which are not accounted for here and will distort the whole timeline. One is Kiledi and the other one is Shivagalai. If I take into account Shivagalai, then the megalithic phase would sit at 3345 BCE, which is Iron Age of India would then shift to the pre-IVC period. And if I take into account Kilidi, then Sangam would move to somewhere around 800 BC, which would then put it earlier than Mahajanpadas. So together these two sites are called the Vaigai Valley Civilization, VVC, and VVC Vaigai Valley Civilization. This helps in understanding how new developments are happening. So somewhere here would be the megalithic phase, somewhere here would be the what we call as the Kilidi site. Now this has not been established. This has not been established per se by NCERT or the Ministry of Culture. Though Tamil Nadu ASI, or rather Tamil Nadu Archaeological Survey, along with the sources which are being referred to with regards to Kilidi, have very successfully established that there is a need to, you can say, change the timeline, but there's a lot of politics happening here. We stay away from that concept till it does not get absorbed in standard books. The timeline which I am giving you here is the one which is going to stand. So very simply, the timeline which you see here is the one which the UPSC would accept as of right now. But if there are questions on Kilidi and Shivagalai, you can simply talk about how it has the potentiality to change the whole structure of the whole timeline of Indian history per se. You don't have to, there is no mains question which is going to come out of this area, so they don't have to mention it in the examination. And at the same point of time, in prelims, they can individually ask a question on Kilidi. Controversial questions per se cannot be integrated. You never know with UPSC though. That is why I'm telling you this is the way things are going to change. Right. Now, our history is divided into three parts. One is called as prehistory. The other one is called as proto-history. And the last is called as historical phase or history. This differentiation is based on what source are you referring to, which is prehistory is the phase in which archaeological sources are the only available resource. So you have coins, you have inscriptions, you have sites and their profiles and their artifacts. But in most cases, these two are not available for prehistoric phase. It is only the artifacts which are there. This is Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic, Chalcolithic per se. In Indian history, proto-history is IVC, which is early writings. Early writing has emerged, but we don't know what it means. And when we enter Vedic age, it becomes historical phase because literary sources are also available now. So therefore, the whole concept changes. So in Indian history, we go from 2 million till close to 2600 for prehistory. This is 2600 to 1700. And from 1500 BC onwards, it becomes history. It becomes history or historical phase, as you must have seen in multiple books in that regard. Now, when we talk about our discussion of prehistory, we have three types of lithics. One is called as Paleolithic, the other is called as Mesolithic, and the third one is called as Neolithic. Paleo means old, Meso means middle, Neo means new. Neo means new. And this differentiation is based on tool technology. Why tool technology? Because tool technology is the window to understand human evolution, along with that human mind or cognitive ability. With dearth of any form of resources, the skull of the humans becoming bigger and bigger, reaching that 1400 cubic centimeters, 1450 cubic centimeters, that can only be mapped by how tools are changing. So, cranial capacity and the idea of how we see the evolution of tool technology allows us to correlate both together. Therefore, prehistory is a phase where tools are the only way in which we can write history. And that is why they're all lithics, old, new, middle. Evolution of technology is something which has been seen as a way of human development. And we also see from Homo habilis to Homo erectus, which happens in this phase of Paleolithic, to what we are today, Homo sapiens. What we are is Homo sapiens sapien, which is when Neanderthal also starts to interact and procreate with sapiens, which in turn creates Homo sapiens sapiens. So there's a lot of backstory here. In class, I would take at least 2 to 3 hours to just explain the process of evolution, but that is physical anthropology for you. This much information is, I think, good enough to make you understand why do we call it the concept of lithics and why are we using tool technology. Anybody has any issue till this point? Come on. Okay. Now, the third thing which you need to take into account is the environment is also evolving. The environment is also evolving, and the evolution of the environment dictates how we as human interact with it, which is you have the concept of Pleistocene epoch and the Holocene epoch, which we are in today, which is called as the geological time. Now, Pleistocene epoch is known for cold temperatures. Mean temperature on Earth was minus 15 degree, minus 30 degrees Celsius. And this is called the age of ice ages. The age of ice ages, wherein extreme cold. Holocene, on the other hand, is the one which was inaugurated in 110,000 BCE, technically BP, before present. And Holocene is marked by warmer temperatures, what we today call as global warming. And the mean temperature becomes 15 degrees Celsius, which is known to be though we have exceeded that also, but the known mean temperature of the Earth today is 15 degrees Celsius. Now, this dictates how we evolve and what are the, you can say, features of the different phases in that regard. Now let's try to map that. See, let's start with Paleolithic features. This is what can be asked in the examination as a statement based question. Plus nowadays site profile questions are also coming. Site profile questions are also coming nowadays in the examination. And let's try to understand what are the main phase things which mark the Paleolithic phase. First is it is in the Pleistocene epoch. So extreme cold. When it is extreme cold, both animals and humans have a certain type of, you can say, certain type of features on their body which indicate something like that. For example, animals are bulky, furry, have a lot of fat on them so as to give heat insulation, and they are slow. Humans also have fur on them, which is human hair, and they adapt to cold temperatures. Adapt to cold temperatures. Pleistocene period is the period in which fire was domesticated. Domesticated means fire was not developed or innovated. Fire, we believe, it was a lightning strike on a tree which in turn led to the fire to be available to humans, but they did not know how to harness that ability, how to develop your own fire. That is where domestication of fire was done through the early pioneers to develop fire at will. Then it was a hunting gathering society. Now, when it is a hunting gathering society, an economy, simple straightforward point is that tools were crude, bulky, core tools, and all of this was to basically very simply stab the animal, because the animals are slow. They are very rudimentary tools. Very rudimentary tools. At the same point of time, the simple society meant low population. You can say division of labor. And mostly nomadic living. There is no state, no religion, or no modern social differentiation. That is quite obvious. And last but not the least, this period is marked by, you can say, cave dwellings and sites near fresh water during warming phase. See, in Indian context, rock art comes up in upper Paleolithic period, but we basically associate what is called as prehistoric art with Mesolithic more. Yes, we can say that early cave paintings in the upper Paleolithic period. So, if you go to any of the following sites, be it Bhimbetka, be it Hungsi, be it Belan Valley, be it Kurnool Caves, be it Patne, be it Bihar sector, be it Kalpi, be it Chopani Mandu, all of these sites exhibit Paleolithic site profiles. Site profile. This is out of the courseware, which is the most important Paleolithic sites in India. They give Paleolithic site profile and very simply, they all give us, you can say, evidence of an evolving early human. So nothing out of the box per se here. You just have to remember in prehistory, in Paleolithic, you have to remember these features. They can give you a statement based question where you may be asked to actually identify the different areas, or they can give you cross cutting questions where you need to identify. Now, the Mesolithic age is inaugurated by the onset of or the transition to Holocene epoch. Holocene epoch means warming. The mean temperature changes, and with mean temperature changing, Mesolithic, we see animals evolving. And this is a cascading effect. Animals become smaller, less bulky, less hairy. Therefore, they will also become faster. Humans, they also lose their hair, but now Paleolithic tools are useless because a human can't run at the same pace of an animal. So therefore, there was a need to innovate, and that is called microliths. They're called as microliths. What do you mean by microliths? Smaller flake-based tools such as arrowheads, spear. So basically they become projectiles that I can't run behind the animal, but I can throw a spear which has a pointed tip which can then pierce the animal's skin. It is easier to now pierce the animal. So when we talk about Mesolithic, the first important feature is it is the age of microlith. It is the age of microliths. And in the age of microliths, the tools are double-edged, more sophisticated, and are fast moving. The second major change in the Mesolithic period is called as domestication of animals, which is animals as pets. Here we have dogs, sheep, cattle, etc. becoming staple animals of human interaction, and it's a reciprocal relationship. What do we mean by reciprocal relationship? See, dogs became smaller. They were more, you can say, vulnerable to wolves and others, and therefore the dogs get some form of protection, and at the same point of time, humans get companionship, and the dogs help in hunting. So the domestication of animals develops a reciprocal relationship, and that allows for hunting and gathering society and economy to flourish. Now, one thing is very important, it is still hunting and gathering society. And one more important point is that we have now more food available as earth is more greener. When it is more greener, more gathering activities can be done. More gathering activities can be done. Then you have semi-permanent huts as dwellings, still nomadic because hunting gathering. And one very important thing which emerges during this period and is considered very, very, very important is the concept of burials and rituals. The process of burials, and the aspect of keeping grave goods, these two things tell us that they were now trying to understand and develop something related to afterlife. That what is afterlife, what is the concept of afterlife, and how does afterlife come into context. They're trying to make sense of it, and therefore burial ritual, domestication of animals, and microliths, these are the three most important things which are developing in Mesolithic. A religion per se, we don't say it is there because institutionalization is not there. So this is early religion, if you want to call it. Right? Now, when it comes to the site profile of Mesolithic sites, again, Bhimbetka, Chopani Mandu, Sarai Naharrai, then you have Bagor, Langanaj and Baghor. These sites are one of the most important. Here. Meaning of hunting gathering society means that they hunt animals for food, gather food, and together the society where the population is increasing, the society sustains itself through these processes. One more important thing, it is still a simple society. Simple society based on division of labor. Now, a lot of books, a lot of different people would argue that there is gendered based division. Now, that is all conjecture because we don't have any evidence per se to suggest that. It is a anachronistic proposition where you're pushing your gendered notions of today back onto the past itself. So we tend to believe that that is a generalization which should not be taken into consideration per se. Division of labor means that yes, men and women did different work, but it is not that they did that work because they had a specific type of gender. Rather, it was about how the society was dividing itself and the labor was divided amongst the people. So it is problematic in that regard, right? So we refrain from calling patriarchal society, patrilineality. These words will not stand for prehistory because the evidence per se don't stand and give us that much understanding in that regard, right? For the prelim sites, Vasudev, as I said, these tables which I've given you are major sites. There's no end to it because there are close to 1,000+ sites of Paleolithic and Mesolithic, including Neolithic. You just have to concentrate on the ones which I'm giving you here. If you can remember them, and if the questions are asked out of this, then you are sorted. If they are going to actually UPSC, if it comes to its own, there is no way out as it is. Meaning, if they are going to ask you something which nobody knows, then nobody is going to know it, right? That is where you bow down to UPSC and say that, okay, perfectly fine, no issues whatsoever, right? Okay. Names and techniques, Acheulean Levelation, not for UPSC GS, optional, yes. Uh, though again, in the courseware and other books, there is a mention to the technology and tool technology words. Maybe being aware of it is good enough for the examination, right? Okay. Can we move on to concept of Neolithic now? Can we do that? I want everybody's consent here. Yes, sir. Okay. Now, when we talk about Neolithic, we, God and Child, has called Neolithic as a revolution. It is called the Neolithic Revolution, and it forever changed how humans lived. Now, the reason for that is because it induced a process which forever changed how we, in a way, produced our food. Neolithic is the age in which agriculture or domestication of plants was done, or rather we'll say was introduced. Now, agriculture is a very innovative and very revolutionary technology. And the reason for that is food can be produced on demand. At the same point of time, agriculture introduced sedentary nature, which is humans have to settle down at one place. And this is very important because the nomadic life is useless in agriculture. What I mean by that is you can't just throw the seeds and go and come back after 3 months and you'll find the crops there. You have to stand by the crops. You have to produce the crops. You have to protect the crops. You have to harvest, sow, do a lot of things. Now, in that context, this sedentary nature is a new concept which is coming up in society. When there is sedentary nature, and if you are producing food through agriculture, there is scope for surplus. There's scope for surplus. Surplus means if there were 100 people and they were producing 100 kgs, then this is subsistence agriculture. They are producing the amount which they need. However, the surplus concept is if there is 110 kgs, then that 10 kgs is surplus. This could be by better irrigation, could be through better fertilizers, could be any factor of production becoming better. Surplus creates complex society. Creates complex society. Complex society means haves and have-nots. Haves have surplus. They do not have surplus. And this is where social differentiation emerges. Social differentiation emerges. Now, with social differentiation, there will be need for redistribution of surplus, which in turn leads to, yes, early state formation. Early state formation. Early state formation means that now there will be some form of institution which will control this surplus and also redistribute it. So in the process of reaching till this point, around 4000 BCE, we have now in a way understood one of the most important developments in human society itself. From domestication of animals to domestication of plants to agriculture to early state formation, and in a way we have been able to establish that humans were now capable of, you can say, producing their own food. Now, consequent to agriculture, there are two more things which will emerge. You need storage, so pottery will emerge, because the food which is available, it is not available throughout the year. It is available in the harvesting season, has to be protected throughout the year. At the same point of time, we need the concept of tools which will also evolve to celts, to plow, and therefore it will be agri tools. It will be agri tools. And over and above that, rituals and sacrifices, these processes keep on evolving in themselves, which is the, rather we'll say not even sacrifices, rituals and the burial practices. The burial practices are similar to what we see in Mesolithic period. So Neolithic is an important phase in human history because it forever changes our ability to, you can say, sustain population, grow population, and use food. Because if food is available readily, it can then lead to also population increase, and you have now bigger societies which are going to emerge. So if I have to understand the Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic, before I do that, these are the sites which are considered to be very important for Neolithic. Mehergarh, Kodiva, Mahagara, then you have Burzahom and Chirand. All these sites have important initial understandings, which is Mehergarh is for the oldest Neolithic site, Kodiva for rice cultivation, Mahagara for barley cultivation, Burzahom for pit dwellings and double dwellings. This is where pit dwelling means they have dwellings underground. This has come in the examination previously. And Chirand is again for rice cultivation. In southern sites, we see a very interesting feature which is called ash mounts, because they had a ritual of burning cattle dung or fuel in a certain area. We find in a whole layer of the subsoil ash, which tells us that it is very specific to South India. These are called ash mounts. Some important sites of South India would be Maski, Brahmagiri, Nagarjuna Konda, Utnur, and Piampali. Don't have to remember all of them. You can just remember them generally. Should help you because UPSC has asked questions out of Neolithic and Chalcolithic previously also. Now, in order to round up this area properly, let's look at a comparative perspective. Paleo, Meso, Neo. Simple society, complex society, no state, early state formation, crude tools, microliths, and agri tools. Fire was known human. Yes, fire here. Domestication of animals here. Domestication of plants here. Thereafter, we have no rituals and burial. Same for here. Then we have Pleistocene, Holocene, and hunting and gathering, agriculture plus hunting and gathering, and animal husbandry. I hope this is sorted. Everyone. Yeah, no trade throughout this period. No trade, no currency. All this is sorted prehistory. Because we'll then transition to Chalcolithic then. Okay. Yes, sir. Okay. Now, burial ritual practices after Mesolithic, same. Now, Chalco means copper plus stone. And Chalcolithic age in Indian subcontinent manifests itself in two ways. First, non-Harappan Chalcolithic and Indus Valley civilization. Remember, IVC is also part of the larger Chalcolithic age. And the concept is very simple. This is Bronze Age also, where an alloy of copper is also developed. They are more rural plus copper plus bone. The IVC is urban, first urbanization, and bronze, copper, and there is more, you can say, urbanization. Rather, we'll say more planning, town planning as it is called. We will discuss this very soon. Now, when we talk about Chalcolithic, non-Harappan Chalcolithic, their time period is very big. Some around 3000 to 700 BCE. Sites are spread across India other than the IVC sites. And IVC is 3200 to 2600 early, 1700 mature, and 1500 decline. This is basically the time period of IVC. And we have multiple sites in non-Harappan Chalcolithic which are together called this, you can say, Chalcolithic age, which is other than IVC. So for example, we have in Rajasthan two sites, Ahar and Girun, together called the Banas Valley civilization. Then in MP, we have the Kaitha, Iran, Malwa. These sites together are called the Kaitha culture. Then we have an extensive site list. Joware, Nevasa, Dehmabad, all in Western Maharashtra, along with Chandoli, Sengaon, Inamgaon, Pune, Prakash, Nasik. All these sites together called as the Joware culture because the first site to be found was Joware. Then We also have multiple sites in eastern UP, Senor, Sopor, and Tarid. These are sites which are a little bit more scattered. But if I show you their sites, which is Jore, Kaita, Ahar, and Gyaneshwar, Jodhpur, they all are complementary to IVC. Remember this point that the gold which the IVC used to come from the Kolar mines of Karnataka, KGF. And therefore, it is very clear that the Harappans were trading with the non-Harappan cultures also. But these sites are more ruralized, they are more scattered, and they are not urbanized per se. We find more, you can say, bone than actually stone, and bone plus copper. Other than Ahar culture, we discussed this in Conquer Prelims phase 3 on the platform itself. Other than the copper, which is available abundantly because of the Khetri mines in Ahar, there is very low copper density in these other sites. We find them, but we don't find them specifically. Then there's also a subsection here which is called as the copper hoard cultures, which is certain sites which we have found hoard after hoard of copper, and therefore they are considered to be, you can say, hotspots of copper production and copper industries in that regard. So the idea is very simple. Non-Harappan Chalcolithic cultures, you should remember the sites. If you have the courseware, each of these sites and their profile is discussed. If you don't have it, I have given you this list here. Just have to understand where they are, which even the tributaries they are based on. All of that I have shared, because UPSC started to ask a question where they are asking 3 variable questions. So they will ask, for example, they will write Kaitha, then they will write, for example, Maharashtra. Then they will write Chalcolithic. And then they will write, for example, uh, high density of copper. So this will be an incorrect matching, because not Maharashtra but MP, and no high density of copper. That is true for Ahar. So they can play with this type of questions quite a lot. So for UPSC nowadays, Chalcolithic and Neolithic has become a new infatuation per se, and we can think of questions made out of this idea. So this is the way you have to remember them also, which is basic points, which is already done for you in the course. Okay, now before I transition to IVC, close to an hour we've taken, and we have now reached to one big module. In UPSC, IVC is considered to be a very important area. And in our timeline, which we basically set out to start our discussion with, we have now covered this portion. Anybody has any issue per se in this area? If not, then we transition to the next set, which is IVC Vedic. And what I will do is I will go like this, and then once I've reached till Maurya, then I will cover this part in that regard. I'll first go north, then I'll go south. Anybody has any issue? For a student who is doing this for the first time, I hope that you're able to follow these basic ideas. I can't go into deep details. It takes close to 70 to 80 hours to cover ancient, but I'm trying to give you as much detail as possible so that at least you gain something out of this story. Right? Okay. Anything to remember? Sites and their basic profile. Okay. Now, when we talk about IVC, there are 5 to 6 things which you have to remember. First is 3200 to 2600 to 1700 to 1500. This is the basic timeline. This is called early IVC or Harappan phase. This is called as mature phase. This is called as decline phase. Now, IVC in Indian history is also called as first urbanization. Let us see till when does this crown stay on the head head of Indus Valley Civilization. We'll discuss pottery chronology in art and culture marathon, not here. Because if we go by Shivagalai and we go by what is happening or what is the development in Tamil Nadu today, it could be that the first urbanization would be Vaigai Valley civilization and not Indus Valley civilization. But let's see. So, first urbanization because of its features, and in IVC you have 4-5 heads under which the discussion happens: geography, polity, trade, society, writing, religion. So let's establish each one of these aspects properly. So first is the geography. Now when you see the Indus Valley civilization is mostly locked into this area. This is mostly the area which it covers, and the reason why we don't see sites in this area is because this is the alluvial plains, densely forested, and when it is densely forested, you need iron to clear this area, and there's no iron in IVC. So with no iron access, copper is a very ductile material, tends to break very quickly if made into axes, and therefore you need iron that is not available. Different books give you different sites, but going by what Upinder Singh would argue, and we also accept that as standard, you have Manda as the northernmost site. I don't think you can see that. Manda as the northernmost site. We have Sutka Gandor in the most westernmost sector. We have Daimabad in the southernmost sector, and we have Alamgirpur, which is considered to be the easternmost. Again, multiple sites are talked about, but Rakhigadi Alamgirpur, the most eastern. Sutka Gandor, western. Manda. Remember, Shotugai is a site here, but Shotugai was not a site per se, it was a raw material site. So that is why Shotugai in Afghanistan, lapis lazuli used to come from it, is basically the northernmost. But we call it within India, it is Manda. Now, this is basically the spread of the Indus Valley civilization. You have Sutka Gandor here. Then you have Alamgirpur here. But the main sites per se are the ones which are most celebrated, which is Mohenjo-daro. Then you have Ganeriwala, one of the biggest sites. Kalibangan. You have Harappa. Then you have Chanudaro. Then you have Padri, Lothal, Dholavira, Alandiju, then Rakhigadi. These are important sites, the ones which I am marking. Ropad, recently a lot of development from Rakhigadi and Ropar for agriculture. And I'll be very clear in saying one thing to you. There were 400 plus sites in Pakistan when India got partitioned. See, the process of discovery of the Indus Valley civilization started with Harappa. When a person called Mason, Robert Mason, he was looking for, or rather surveying this sector, the Ravi River sector, for the railways, a British officer, surveyor. When he was basically surveying this sector for railways, he found a stupa, and under which he found multiple artifacts which were not matching with the concept of what is today called as a Buddhist site. And therefore, Harappan site was the first to be discovered. And then by 1924, it was John Marshall. Alexander Cunningham played a very important role in excavating most of these sites. But John Marshall published in 1924 something called Indus Valley Civilization. And that is how the world got to know about it. But 400 plus sites were then transferred to, or in the process of British, you can say, exit from India, 400 sites went into Pakistan. So therefore, after India got independence, there was a major push for finding Harappan sites in India, and there are now 600 plus sites in India. So at one level, we were winning vis-a-vis having more sites in the Indian subcontinent and in India per se, which means that there are 1,000 plus sites of IVC, big and small. Why am I telling you this story and why am I having this conversation with you is that there is no end to learning Harappan sites. There's no end. You can, if UPSC wants to ask a site which you don't know and you don't want to be, or they don't just want you to answer that question, they will ask you a site which you have no idea about. So my only, you can say, advice to you is going to be that you should remember the ones which are basically in the news, for example, Ratandra Dideri, or which are known. Please don't sit with the list of 1,000 plus sites and think you are going to answer. Just because UPSC once asked a question on which of the following is not a Harappan site, it will not repeat that question per se. That is not how UPSC plays. It will rather ask a new type of question itself. And out of these 1,000 plus sites, the only site which is the UNESCO World Heritage Site, only site, is Dholavira for its water management. Dholavira for its water management. Only UNESCO World Heritage Site is Dholavira. So we have established the geography. I don't think per se you would have a problem in the geographical aspects of the IVC. Now let's establish the features of IVC that make it the first urbanization. That make it the first urbanization. Now, first is called as town planning. And in this, the first aspect is called as citadel and lower town. Citadel and lower town, which is a certain part of this civilization was on a platform. These were public buildings, and the residential complex was in the lower town. These were private areas, residential. And this is citadel. These are administrative buildings. Then we have B, which is interesting again, 90-degree streets, grid pattern when it comes to the way the whole society, the whole, you can say, site profile was developing. Exception here is Banavali because it has a radial design. Radial means concentric circles. All of them cut at 90 degree. Very good. C is drainage and sewage was integrated into the streets. So fresh water and grey water was always separated. Unlike today, look at Indore, and there were covered drainage in certain sectors also. We have water harvesting systems. We have water harvesting systems, toilets in every major household and building, E. Then we move to the second aspect, which is related to the concept of standardization and uniformity. When we talk about standardization and uniformity, we have brick size 1:2:4 ratio, which is city, it is 7:14:28, and city walls, household 10:20 or into 40 centimeters. Sorry, 70, 10 into 20 into 40 centimeters. So 1:2:4, 4:2:1 is also going to be correct. It's a matter of perspective. Then we also see uniformity in design of households. And this brings us to the third point, which is household structures. In this 3A, yes, weights and measures you can add here, sure. Weights and measures. Again, we see a lot of uniformity. Now, when we talk about household structures, doorways and windows towards the side lanes, B, no access to main road for privacy reasons. Central courtyard design, 1 to 2 story structures, and toilets and water management integrated to the buildings. So more or less, these are the features which you find in every site, more or less. But there are special buildings also. So we have, for example, Great Bath, which is Mohenjo-daro. Then we have fire altars, which is Kalibangan. Granaries we find here also. Granaries is something which find here also in Harappa. We find what is called as the assembly hall, which again in Mohenjo-daro. So there are certain specific type of sites also which have specific features. For example, Dholavira is a very unique design where they use water for cooling. We have Chanudaro for seal making. We have Banavali and Rakhigadi and that whole sector for agriculture. Lothal, we know, for dockyard. So that ways, if you look at it, every site has its most important aspect, which is a separate issue altogether. Now, we have discussed the unique features. Let's talk about now economy. When we talk about economy, we have agriculture plus animal husbandry plus hunting gathering. What is important here is internal and external trade network. No currency internal external trade network, internal for raw material and supplies, external for raw material plus export of unique items. And this is a very important concept, that we have a barter based sophisticated economy. Very sophisticated economy, barter based, in which we have the movement of material in the core area, but also Mesopotamia, the Dilman area, the Iran sector, the Afghanistan sector, all are very well connected. All are very well connected to the larger scheme of things. So we have Meluha supplying to one of the most advanced civilizations of this time, which is Mesopotamia. But if I go further, every area was also supplying something to the Indian subcontinent. At the same point of time, the way Indian subcontinent was importing things tells us that there's a lot of interaction. Once you reach Magad and all of that, that is not, that is factual beyond exception. So if you're finding this very, you can say ebb and flow, very boring, you should understand the real pain is there. Buddhism, Jainism, the administrative terms. So you may find that interesting, but it is very fact heavy. Turkmenistan, Iran, Persian Gulf, Bahrain, Oman, and Mesopotamia, they all were sending multiple things to India and importing and exporting from India. For example, imported carnelian beads, ivory, lapis lazuli, carnelian, gold, silver, copper, ebony, ivory, and even monkeys from Indian subcontinent. But at the same point of time, we they exported fish, grains, raw wool, woolen cloths, and silver to India. India, IVC is one of the first sites which has grown cotton, but also cotton textile. Cotton is available at Mehergarh, also a Neolithic site, but cotton textile exports from India start from this period itself in a form of barter exchange with Mesopotamia. So trade wise, this is a very sophisticated period. That is why it's called urban site. One thing for the horse must have come from Persia. Horse was available in the Indian subcontinent, and IVC people were aware of the horse. At Surkotada, we have found horse bones, and therefore, please, if the examiner says, were the Harappans aware of or have we found horse? Yes, the answer is yes. We have found it at now Lothal also, at Mesopotamia also. We have multiple references to horses now archaeologically. So therefore, please don't fall into that previous year question trap for which people still think that you have to go by that line. In today's world, that question would have got challenged or dropped, or for some reason UPSC would have to take back that concept. It is very well known, and it is extreme statement as it is. They would have been aware of horses because they were interacting with the West Asian world as it is. So horse, Surkotada, very well known site of horse bones in that regard. Now, if we talk about society, it is quite logical that the society would exhibit features which we already know of, which is it will be complex because there is agriculture. The society was socially differentiated also, but we believe that that division of labor was also based on occupation, occupational differentiation is there. At the same point of time, we know that there would have been division based on surplus control. Now there are again a lot of sources other than academic sources which would say society is patriarchal, patrilineal, this and that. Again, cannot really establish it because just because there's a dancing girl, which may not be a dancing girl itself, and because there's a bearded priest who may not be a priest also, you can't come to the conclusion that it is patriarchy. So we know that there is gendered based division. We know that. But we may not be able to establish that that patriarchy, patrilineality, or gendered based division would have percolated to the point what we think today. However, because you never know from which background the examiner is, if they say patriarchy, you go with it. Matrilineal, it will never be. Matriarchy, it cannot be. So, if they are saying, then maybe they are referring to very old books such as R.S. Sharma, 1986, which basically were talking about these aspects at that point of time. So, society as we know it, we understand it, we don't have a clarity. And the reason for having no clarity is because of the writing of Harappans. Harappan script has not been deciphered. If you can decipher it, $1 million is waiting for you. For the past 5 to 10 years now, people have been talking about machine learning, AI, this and that, but it is very difficult to decipher a certain system which may not be a script also per se. And there are too many issues in that. For example, from 486 different characters to knowing which means what, there is no Rosetta Stone, there is no bilingual script, therefore there is no way to establish what it means. We generally argue, linguists argue, that it is a Bostro-Fendon script, which means that it moves from left to right and right to left in every statement, and therefore there is a certain unique way in which they used to write. If they say patriarchy, it is correct, but it should not be correct. But for you purpose of UPSC, you have to mark it correct because the examiner is referring to what we don't know. So writing still remains an issue. Writing still has not been established, and therefore we don't know what that actually means. That is why in IVC a lot of question marks exist because the writing is not there. It is there, but it is not deciphered. That is one of the reasons why it falls under proto-history. The next major issue or concept is of religion. What is the Harappan religion? Now, when we talk about Harappan religion, we know that female and male deities are there because of mother goddess figure, because of Pashupati seal. But we also know that there are no temples and they are naturalistic. Naturalistic means they worship nature. They worship nature. So when they are worshipping nature, it is very clear that they will worship fire, they will worship earth, they will worship water, they will worship the trees, and all of that is shown in seals. We believe that the linga and the yoni are also represented along with early proto-Shaivite symbols are seen. Are seen. So from the linga to the yoni to some symbols linked to the Shaivite understanding. Now, if you were in class with me, I would have complicated this issue further. But because we are revising for the examination and we don't need complication, this is what we have to go with. Naturalistic, no temples, male and female deities, early proto-Shaivite or proto-Shaivite symbolism, the linga and the yoni, and Pashupati seal is Pashupati, and further there is a lot of, you can say, the idea that mother goddess figure is there because fertility is represented in land. This is what I would say, and then I would complicate. Great bath means yes, ritualistic bathing, all of this is there. But it is not that straightforward. It is not that you can basically come to this conclusion so easily. And our scholarship has gone further beyond these understandings today. And therefore, I can't really explain to you something which can complicate your understanding further. Meaning, was it a Pashupati or Patni? Is it representation of animal husbandry? Proto-Shaivite would mean again anachronistic proposition. Fire worship, water worship, and these aspects are known, but other aspects are questioned quite a lot. So, priesthood, as we think of it today, did it exist? Is again questions which need to be asked, are asked. We have answers for it also. But for the purpose of the examination, this is what you have to remember. Now, moving on to the last, that is Chehek, a certain way of asking a question. If you can know the animals very good. So it's just that they don't have any other question to ask. That is why they're asking that question. See, there are two major schools which exist for polity. One would argue that there was a priestly class and what is called as elites, priestly elites, small elites who used to live on these citadels and then control the society. The other says merchants used to control the society and economy and the whole political setup because of the trade and the way trade was developing at this point of time. But the problem is, the bearded priest is a priest or not is a question, because we have an understanding of a priest that is Western notions being pushed into our own understanding. So the idea is very simple. If you say that the political setup was controlled by some priest and merchant together, sure, it's a gray area with no text per se telling us anything. It is pure interpretation with no answer per se for it. The same way, for example, decline again is a very big question mark, but one theory has now been mostly debunked. It's called the Aryan invasion theory. This was a figment of the imagination of the British and John Marshall, along with Mortimer Wheeler and all, which argued that Aryan invasion happened and invasion in turn led to decline of the whole civilization. Now, the evidence to support Aryan invasion was two tangential references. In Vedic texts, Indra is called as Purandar, the one who destroys forts. And because there are forts in IVC, therefore he must have destroyed the forts. There is no warfare in IVC. There's no evidence of warfare per se. Not even weapons have been found. But the idea was that there's a site near Mesopotamia where 26 people were buried together, and there are arrowhead marks in the chest of these people. So the argument was that the Aryans came, killed 26 people in Mesopotamia, in Mohenjo-daro, and then invaded the Indian subcontinent. Again, we see no other evidence in any other site. So therefore, Aryan migration theory may be correct, but Aryan invasion theory does not stand the test of time. Rather, we have 3 to 4 other theories which are there. First is called the flooding theory, hydrological theory. Because at this point of time the rivers were in their youthful phase, they meander. And if they meander, they shift their course quite a lot. So in certain areas where they are meandering, it can lead to drought in one area and flooding in the other. That is called desiccation, which is in one area there is flood, the other one there is what is called as drought. So it is believed that the hydrological changes which were happening at this point of time would have destroyed IVC, and at the same point of time the trade which was happening with Mesopotamia, which also declined because Mesopotamia declined, and therefore the economy would have also got shattered. So before we enter the Vedic age, IVC, geography, polity, writing, religion, the concept of its the geographical spread and its decline. Are we all clear about this? Again, perfect. The problem is that that has not been integrated into the major understanding. And Sanoli is more of a transitionary site between IVC and Vedic than actually being an IVC site. Lost wax technique will do in art and culture. That is a separate. Art and culture, I will have a different separate marathon for you only. Right? Okay. Now, before I give you a break, which most probably will give around 6:30-ish, I would want to do Vedic, but Vedic is long. Seals and all, beads, seal, all of that, art and culture. We are doing political, economic, social, religion here. Art and culture separately. Okay, now. Vedic is an interesting phase, wherein firstly we have the bifurcation of megalithic, which is 3000 to 300 BC, which we'll do separately. But we have Vedic age, which would be two parts. 1500 to 1000 is called early Vedic phase, and 1000 to 500 which is called later Vedic phase. Now, the difference between the two is generally very important, and there's a concept which is attached to this whole idea. Now, the concept which is attached to this idea is called Aryan migration debate. Between 1700 to 1500, in Indian history, it is a dark age. It is a dark age. Dark age means we don't have really a lot of evidences other than Vadnagar. We don't have a lot of evidences of what happened between this period of 1700 to 1500. And therefore, we believe that something happened for sure, which is two theories are there. Arya, or the authors of the Vedic texts, called the Arya, either they migrated into India or outside India. Meaning, one theory says Aryan migration happened out of India. That would make Sanskrit plus Brahmi the mother of all scripts and languages across the West and across Central Asia. And the other theory suggests that there is an inward migration inward migration, of Aryans, and these Aryans originated near the Caspian Sea, and and they all spoke a language which is called as Indo-European language, or Indo-Aryan languages as it is called. And rather than Sanskrit being the mother of all languages, it is the daughter of this core language which spread through these nomadic tribes, which slowly migrated across this whole sector. Now, we don't have to become the judge, jury, executioner in establishing is it inward or outward, right? They were pastoralists, we know that. They were nomadic, we know that. Now, is it inward or outward? Not, we can't establish that per se, but there's a general consensus of inward. General consensus of inward, though complicated by the debate. Inward migration would argue that with regards to Jain Avesta, Jain Avesta, which is the Iranian version of the Vedas per se, looking at the linguistic analysis of how Iranian languages, Indo-Germanic languages, and Indian languages have developed, looking at how the script has developed, it is most probably the inward migration theory which stands. And therefore, Aryans, a speech group, a linguistic group, not a racial group, not a race. Aryan race theory is something which was developed by Hitler to justify the process of what is called as the extermination of the Jews. The Aryans are a linguistic group. They are different races which together speak the same language, which later evolved into what we today call as the Indo-European languages family set, in which Sanskrit was also a part of it. Now that we have established who are the authors of the what we call as Aryan migration or of the Vedas, the Vedic age is divided into two parts based on two things. The first is Rig Vedic text or Rig Veda, and then you have Yajur, Sam, and Atharva. We will discuss the linguistic part of this in art and culture. Right now, we're discussing the political aspects. Rig Veda tells us the story between 1500 to 1000. Sam Veda tells us between these later Vedic texts tell us the story between 1000 to 500 BCE. Now, the way to understand Vedic age is to understand it in a comparative perspective. We per se don't have to go into the battle of 10 kings, Yadu, this and that. That is too much. Even in optional, it is not expected. Rather, we have to have a comparative perspective in which we can contrast these two together. So let's try to do that. Rather than teaching you one after the other, I'm teaching you comparatively, right? Early Vedic period, later Vedic period. Social stratification, Lakshya, now we've been saying this for the past 2 hours. When did social stratification start in society? Anybody? Aranyaka, Brahmanas are later texts which were added to the Vedic corpus. इस हिसाब से तो सब सो रहे हो. If I'm asking you when did social stratification start, then most of you are either numb or you are just watching the screen. Social stratification would start in the Neolithic period. As we discussed, complex society is something related to the Neolithic period. So if you are sleeping, please wake up. What is the point of revising if you can't remember what I've done half an hour before? Okay. Now, early Vedic period is pastoralist, as their ancestors were, with limited agriculture, and we have no trade, no currency. We have knowledge of iron, but not extensive use. Cattle was the basic unit of wealth. Go words is used everywhere. And we have cattle raiding to increase the cattle number, where they fight with others. We have words for agricultural tools, but evidence suggests pastoralism as primary occupation. Now, based on this economy, what can be established is the polity is tribal polity or chieftain, Rajan or Janasya Gopa is the protector of people and cattle. No taxes, only Bali, which is voluntary offering to Rajan. Then Sabha, Samiti, Vidhata, assembly of elders, includes women. Please don't fall for the old narrative as we see in R.S. Sharma. Second, assembly of all adults. And Vidhata is these are two administrative bodies. This is a cultural body which is ritualistic, for ritualistic purposes, right? Then we have no territorial monarchical tendencies. King or Rajan is chosen for his experience, and non-hereditary in that regard. If we go further, society and religion. The religion is naturalistic, and the word which is used is called as henotheistic. Henotheistic means we have nature gods, but whenever one god is evoked, he is considered to be supreme, but others are not denied. Henotheistic means that when I'm evoking my god, he is the most important or she is the most important, but I don't deny that there are other gods or there are no other gods. You can say nature based gods, sacrifices and rituals are there or are mainstay. Ritual sacrifice is the most important concept here. And the society, social stratification is there, but no institutionalization of differences. No institutionalization of differences. What it means is that no varna, though words Brahmin and Kshatriya are there in the Rigvedic text, but no mention to the concept of Vaishya and Shudra. Only Brahmin and Kshatriya is mentioned. The society, we believe, is occupationally divided. And the most important is patriarchy is in its infant stage, which means that yes, men are above women, but women have access to economic resources also, and they have access to education also. That is accredited by women saints and scholars such as Apala, Gargi, Lopamudra, etc. There is no land as a resource, they have access to cattle. So women still hold a lot of position in society, and something which allows them to at the same point of time be a good member or a productive member in administrative purposes also, in economic purposes also, and in the process of what is called as educational purpose also, meaning they have access to everything as of right now. However, men are still considered important. Ritualistically, patriarchy still being formed. It is still in its understanding of development. Nishka would refer to gold globules. It would not refer to coinage. So gold, the iron concept is known, but it is not used. Iron is known, not used. Gold is referred to in the form of Nishka, Hiranya, but nothing per se with regards to coinage. No currency, that is why I've said currency will not emerge here. There is polyandry, there is polygamy, and there is also freedom of two women. But one thing which is very clear is, in the process of political capture, Dasa Dasi tradition is there, which means that there is slaves in process of war, which is there. That is there. So very simply, women have more access, but society is still rudimentary. Still rudimentary. Egalitarian, not per se, but still a little bit of, you can say, indications of being egalitarian. Still. Now, early Vedic period is like a formative phase. As you can say, there is a state, but it is tribal state. So early Vedic period is having a certain type of, you can say, transitionary infancy to most of the concepts as we know it. Occupational differentiation is not in its infant stage because occupational differentiation is in IVC also. Occupation, whenever I say occupational differentiation, I mean that there are multiple occupations which are there. People are divided along those lines, and they very simply try to basically divide themselves along that, but they don't actually fight, discriminate, or exclude people on that occupation. It's a very important point you have to understand. Occupational differentiation automatically does not translate into something like that. It is not that it is totally wrong per se, right? So division of labor is something which we find across societies. It is more institutionalized here, but not per se leading to exclusionary practices. Okay. Now, later Vedic period is a major transition in this story. From 1000 to 500 BCE, this whole concept changes in that regard, and the economy the economy it transitions as from pastoralist to agriculture. It's a mature understanding. No external trade, internal barter is there. No currency still. No currency still. Extensive use of iron. Land is the basic unit of wealth. Land is the basic unit of wealth. The process of land transfer and gifts are well known, and words related to agriculture increase multifold. So we have the number of references to the, you can say, agricultural words increases exponentially, right? Now, the real change happens in polity. Emergence of early monarchical systems, also called as territorial kingship. Territorial kingship. Bhag emerges as land tax, could be 1/10 to 1/6. Bali became a compulsory offering to the king. King, now Rajan, is the protector of the Janapad. He is the protector of territory and people. We also see Sabha becomes king's council. Women not allowed. Samiti and Vidhata fade away. We have elaborate ritualized kingship notions. Rajsuya, Vajpaya, Ashwamedh. Royal coronation, chariot race, and this is horse sacrifice. In some cases, we also know of human sacrifices. The nexus between Purohit and king, that becomes very well established. Purusha Medha, yes. Purusha Medha. Was it done on paper, on practically? We don't know, but taxation is there. Taxation is there. So the officers, there will also be officers who will emerge and help the Rajan in his, you can say, different activities. When we talk about society and religion, this is where the real change happens. Real change happens here. Rise of first religion in India or Indian subcontinent, Vedic Brahmanism, which is a very stricter form of Hinduism. Hinduism is basically Vedic Brahmanism plus Bhakti plus Bhagavatism, then it becomes Hinduism. This is nature based, rather, no. It is based on rituals and sacrifices. Here, Indra was important. But now, Indra and others become subsidiary gods, and Vishnu is referred to. God Vishnu is referred to. The sacrifices and rituals become elaborate, and yes, Vishnu, Mahesh, Brahma, Prajapati, Hiranyagarbha, they are referred to. Now, what is more important is Vedic Brahmanism gives birth to fourfold Varna structure, which is a purity-based exclusionary system of social differentiation. Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. And Brahmin being the one who is considered the most important first, Kshatriya second, Vaishya third, Shudra fourth. Shudras are excluded from rituals and sacrifices. And this is where you have to understand women get completely dominated to men, which is patriarchy matures, and we get the exclusion of women and Shudras in administration, in education, and in land. And agrarian societies are generally extremely patriarchal. Extremely patriarchal because fragmentation of land is something which should not happen. So women are not given land only. And at the same point of time, we see that women are seen more in relationship with men and their role as mothers, sisters, and wives is emphasized more than what they had done previously. Patrilineality becomes a standard process along with patriarchy. So if you see the process of what is called as early to later, it is evolutionary. But all social evils in India, as we know it today, which leads to this differentiation based on Varna, comes up from here only. I have said this previously also, and I'll say it again. Varna differentiation is not because of occupational differentiation. It is based on purity. It is based on the ideas of purity, not on occupation. A lot of people have justified Varna structure by arguing that it is based on occupation, Brahmins, knowledge, fighter, commercial classes, maintainers, but it is not something. Sati is not mentioned in Vedic text. Child marriage is not mentioned in Vedic text, much later. But the idea is very simple, that the domination of women and the domination of Shudras will start from here and it will only go downhill. Only go downhill from here, because there will be more and more exclusionary practices which will emerge, such as untouchability. Now, understand one thing very clearly, which is that agriculture is like a poison, meaning till there is no mention of agricultural society, or when the society is pastoralist, there is a little bit of egalitarianism. There is no real fragmentation of society per se. Occupational differentiation is there. But as soon as agriculture comes in, women and Shudras start to lose out the most. So for Indian subcontinent, agriculture was a catalyst which basically destroyed the social, you can say, structure in such a way that till today we are reeling with most of these issues still in that regard. Now, in the examination previously, they have asked the difference between later Vedic and early Vedic. I hope that you will be able to reproduce this in the examination, and statement-based questions you will be able to also solve. So, are we clear till this point? Because I will give you a break here, because if I go further, it will become too heavy. And I'll give you a break till maybe I will give you 20 minutes, 25 minutes if you want. So that works. So it is exactly 6:10. Let's assume it's 6:10, and we can come back by how Varna is based on purity. Chirag, see, there is no point having that discussion, because we will then go into scriptures and the idea of different varnas coming out of the body parts of the eternal being, and therefore the idea of purity, impurity, that is of no purpose to a UPSC aspirant per se. Next topic, Gupta. Janisha, you just moved from Vedic to Gupta. No, the next topic is going to be Mahajanpadas, and the most important, which is Buddhism, Jainism. Heterodox religion, Mahajanpadas, then Maurya, then post-Maurya, then Gupta. Gupta is the last topic of what is called as ancient per se. So in our timeline, we have now covered till this point. We have covered till this point, which is here. We've reached till this point. When we come back, we'll do megalithic first, and then we will further move ahead. Megalithic, then Mahajanpada, and then move further in that regard. So let's come back at 6:35. Untouchability used to exist in later Vedic period. Incorrect. Yes. Untouchability came up as a concept in Mauryan period. Anybody has any other issue? I'll obviously do that check. Whenever I come back from a break, I consolidate. Let's take a break till 6:35, and we will come back at 6:35 and go forward. Let me write this on the slide so that everybody understands it. Literature we are going to cover in art and culture. Some parts of Buddhist literature I'll cover here. Some part of Jain literature I'll cover here. But major literature in art and culture. But literature में cover क्या करना है? You just have to ratify it. There is no teaching I can actually per se there. I can give you a list which I will give you. We will be back at 6:35 p.m. till Vedic done, Buddhism, Jainism forward. Okay. See you. Okay, welcome back. I'm audible and visible to everyone. Okay. So we'll wait for 2-3 minutes so that everybody can join through, and then we'll start our discussion again. Right. Now we have covered till a certain portion, which is Vedic. Now, in order to bring both the north and the south timeline together, what we have to do is that we have covered early Vedic, we will have covered later Vedic. Now we'll bring the southern timeline together in Megalithic, which is 3 millennium BCE to 3rd century BCE, and then we will proceed into Mahajanpadas. Now, in Indian history, as categorized, I mean Shruti and Shruti. Shruti Smriti literature is all art and culture. Now, in Indian history, what we categorize as a Iron Age of South India. See, Iron Age of North India is this, later Vedic or Vedic Age. Iron Age of South India, in the traditional timeline, is linked to Megalithic. Please understand this point very clearly, because there is a lot of evidence to challenge this now, and it would go further back to 3345, which would basically mean contemporary to the IVC per se. But megalithic is a period which is a broad categorization of a lot of years in South India. Now in megalithic, you have to understand firstly, why is it called megalithic? It is called megalithic because what we find is big burial stone structures, and the idea is that this is not common to India. This you find across the world, where you have big boulders placed with human labor to mark important burials. Megalithic, big stone structures. Now, when it comes to its history, again in the Indian subcontinent, we don't know a lot of the megalithics, because of the fact that its history is not very clear, because the writing and the literature aspect is missing. So if we talk about its main features per se, megalithic main features, Iron Age of South India, it is agropastoral because agricultural pastoralism both existed together. It would have been a complex society, as categorized by the fact that there are certain burials which are given more importance. Nothing really we can understand. Political structure would have been there, but big question mark on what is the nature of that political structure, because again we don't know what is the concept here. And society also, we believe, would have been again complex, socially differentiated. But one thing which megalithic structures actually give us a lot of detail about is what are megalithic structures, but equally a very interesting concept. In North India, we see a 3-step process: stone, copper, iron. But in megalithic, we see a very interesting thing, which is Neolithic to straightaway Iron Age, meaning they omit or just skip the Chalcolithic phase. Now, this is quite obvious because of the fact that the material resources which are available to megalithic structures or megalithic civilizations is very different. Because in north you will find copper quite a lot, with little bit of or rather iron belt being towards the eastern sector, but where we are talking about peninsula sector, that is the iron belt itself, and therefore it was easier for them to move from stone to iron than to go through copper. So this three-step process was challenged by the megalithics in that regard. But where the questions are actually made out of and is relevant for your preparation is this, which is types of megalithic structures. There are two. One is called chambered and the other one is called unchambered. I've done this previously also, but the idea is when we talk about chambered structures, we have three types: schist, dolomite schist, and dolmen. Schist is when there are big structure. It is all underground. It is all underground. Then you have dolomite schist, which is partially overground and partially underground. There we are dolmen. Dolmen means that you have the whole structure itself on the ground itself or above the ground. Underground, partially underground, over the ground. And in India, within the dolmen, we have two subcategories. One is called topical and the other one is called kudaikal. Topical is known for its structure where it looks like it has a cap, and kudaikals, which is quite common in Kerala, and kudaikals is when it has a very big structure with small, you can say, protrusions or pillars under it. Topical, kudaikal. And when we talk about the topical and kudaikals being actually a play on dolmen itself, we then move to unchambered. When we talk about unchambered, again we have 3 to 4 types. One is called stone circle, that the burial is in a stone circle. Then you can have a whole heap of rocks over a burial, that is called crane. And if this heap of rocks is then surrounded by stones around it, it is called crane stone circle. Then you have a single stone marking the burial, which is basically the concept of how you have tombstones. That is called menhir. This was in the news. And then you have sarcophagus, which is basically having a coffin, which is then pushed into ground. And then you have urn burial, in which you have the ashes of that person pushed underground. So you should be able to identify the examination these terminologies, which is crane, what is a dolmen, dolmenoid cyst, and sarcophagus, urn. All of these things should be actually taken into consideration. All of these things actually should be in your focus. This is where UPSC can ask. They have not asked a question till today, but there's a chance they can ask you a question, right? Okay. Now, my timeline is now intersecting for both north and south. Now what I want to do is I want to move further in the story of north, bringing south together. Now when I move further in the north story, I reach to this point of 500 to 327 period. This period is starting in 6th century BC and is called as the second urbanization in the Indian subcontinent. First urbanization was IVC. This is second urbanization. Now, when we talk about second urbanization, we have the age of Janapads. 22 Janapads were there. They got consolidated into what are called as the Mahajanapadas, which are 16. The name of the 16 vary according to sources. And thereafter, Magad is going to emerge as a very, very, very important power within these Mahajanapadas. And in turn will lead to the rise of the Mauryas in 324 or 327 BCE, according to whatever source you are referring to. Now, what is interesting about these Mahajanpadas is that they are now placed in an area which is called as the process of eastward expansion from later Vedic period onwards. What we see is an eastward expansion, and their core area will become now the Doab area. The core area will now become the Doab area. Starting from here, IVC, now we have reached towards the most important alluvial plains of India. Here, we will have two types of, you can say, Mahajanpadas emerging. One is called a monarchy, the other one is called a Ganasangha or republic. Centralized hereditary one-man rule, decentralized oligarchy. Oligarchy where group of people are taking a decision. Most of them are in the alluvial plains. They are in the foothills of the Himalayas, because wherever the intensity of agriculture will be lower, there will be chance and space for more and more people to be a part of the decision-making process. Governance is with Mantri Parishad and the king. And here you have assemblies such as the Santagara, which basically takes decision collectively. Now, some of these started as Ganasanghas, later turned to monarchies. So the only ones which remained as monarchies in the end were Asaka, Mala and Vajji, whilst majority of them were actually monarchies only. Now, a standard question which has come in the examination in 2025, but was easy because of the location of the rivers which was given was very standard, nothing out of the box per se. But UPSC may ask you this question again: is the location of these Mahajanpadas and the rivers? But this time the rivers were easy to eliminate per se. So you should be able to understand where these are, which eastern, western, northern, southern at least. So Kamboj, Gandhara, Matsya, Avanti, and Asmaka. These are extremities ones, which are on the bordering lines, along with Anga, sometimes also called Vanga, according to source. Magad is the most important. Panchal, Kuru, and Kausal. These are the ones which Asmaka and Asaka same, according to source. The spelling changes. These the ones which I've marked are the most important ones. Meaning, if you are understanding northernmost extremities, you have two together, Kamboj and Gandhara. Then Asmaka or Asaka and Avanti are both westernmost also, and they are towards the extremities. The idea is the Asaka and the Avanti areas would be something outside the main purview. And thereafter, Anga, Bagad and Kausala Anga would be the easternmost, but Magad, Kausala, Panchal and Kuru are the most powerful. Jaideep, it would matter with regards to, is it saying Indian subcontinent or it's saying India? For India, Dholavira is the only UNESCO heritage site. Only India. If it says over Indian subcontinent, then Mohenjo-daro is also a site, but it is not in India, it is in Pakistan. Okay. Now, my only request to you is, don't chase the paper. Don't chase the paper. And Mahajanpadas, you remember the ones which are discussed here. Because if you will start to now remember the rivers of each and every Mahajanpada, which is given in the courseware also, we discuss it in class also. I know you don't have the capacity to remember it. So for a 2026 student, don't waste your time in doing this, because as it is, next year UPSC would never repeat the question. So don't waste your energy here. Rather concentrate on Magad and the Buddhist and Jain sectors more. I hope we are on the same page here. I can give you the list. I have given you the list. But the idea is very simple, that you will never be able to remember it in the examination. Makes no sense whatsoever. Right, now, within these 16 Mahajanpadas, one emerged as the most powerful, and that is Magad. And the reason why Magad emerged powerful is because of 3 to 4 very important factors. For example, it was on a mainland route between west and east, meaning when you go from any sector, Rajgir and Patliputra both were on a main trade route. Second, it was very difficult to breach. 3 sides, 3 rivers, Champa, Son and Ganga, and it is also on a plateau, Chota Nagpur plateau. Both were strategically placed. Further, you have Magad having lot of iron deposits of Chota Nagpur plateau available to it. Therefore, it was able to draw most amount of iron. The highest volume and number of weapons were with Magad only. And had an elephant-based army, formidable, and the social differentiation in Magad area was a little bit, you can say, better than other areas where there was more orthodoxy. So, fertile land, good agriculture, very formidable army, good access to iron, very good location made Magad very powerful. Now, within Magad, there were 3 dynasties or families which ruled Magad. Haryanka, Shishunga, Nanda. HSN. This has been previously asked, but we don't expect a question like this today. Within Haryanka dynasty, there are 2 to 3 important personalities. Maurya is not a Magad dynasty. Mauryans are different empire itself. Bimbisara, Ajat Udayan, Kalsoka, Dhanananda. Out of this whole list, this is as it is useless for you, because UPSC will never ask dates of rulers. That is not how UPSC asks questions. Rather, what is important for you is that these members, these peoples, you don't have to remember Mahajanpada conquering assimilation. That is the last of your priorities per se, Anushka. The idea is concentrate on the first thing. Empire scale is much big. Empire is the entity which a dynasty rules. Dynasty means family. Family. Ruling family is called dynasty. Now, these men who I have marked, Bimbisara, Ajatshotru, Udayan, Kalasoka and Dhanananda, you will find them from time to time in the whole story. Bimbisara, one who established the Magadha Empire, very powerful, interesting personality, contemporary of the Ajiviks. Ajatshotru and Udayan, Ajatshotru contemporary of Buddha and Mahavira, Udayan the one who shifted the capital from Rajgir to Patliputra. Thereafter, Kalasoka, the second Buddhist council happened under him. Rajgir first capital, second capital Patliputra. Then Dhanananda is the one who will be killed by Chandragupta Maurya to establish power. So if you have a certain urge to learn all the names, be my guest. I'll be happy and extremely proud of you. But what will you do with that information? I don't know. You have to understand this point. Vis-a-vis other personalities in this space who would say that you learn everything. I believe in basically limiting the number of facts which you can learn and actually learn and produce in the examination. Meaning, for me, it is very easy to say, "Ye rat lo sara." You have to. Why can't you? But what I do is I put myself in your position vis-a-vis other subjects. I can't expect you to learn each and every fact. So if I'm saying that out of 100, 50 facts are something which are important, I'm already reducing the load to 50. So for me, limiting facts and bringing in concepts and making it a holistic understanding which you can use somewhere is more important than overwhelming you to a point. So you may say, sir, but you are not teaching that, you are not teaching this, you are not giving me all these details. दे दूं, मेरे को कोई problem नहीं. But I know that you will look at those facts, become overwhelmed, and then you will say, sir, I can't manage this, and just move on. Rather, I will give you something which you can digest. This is the point I'm trying to make to you, because we are entering a zone where there is no dearth of facts. Each of these men have their own personal histories, and each of their personal histories would further have further idiosyncrasies. So if you will start to go into their histories, you will then get lost there. It may be interesting. You may be very, very interested by it. But again, I don't know what you're going to do with that information. Are we on the same page here? I'm telling you my thought process, which is to limit a certain, we need to know where the limits are, because ancient and medieval alone will not give you this examination. Neither leaving it will give you the examination, but only concentrating on it, it will not give it. Meaning nobody has ever cleared this examination by just doing polity, and nobody's ever cleared this examination by just doing ancient medieval art and culture or modern. It's a mix of all subjects where you have to win in that regard. Right? Okay. Now, Haryanka, Shishunga, Nanda, Dhanananda, most important personality, because he'll be killed by Chandragupta Maurya. We'll come to that story. Remember these names, they will figure in some place or the other. Some place or the other, you will find these names for sure. There you should be cognizant, okay, this is there. Now, the 6th century BC is called as a second urbanization for multiple reasons, and is considered to be one of the most important phases in Indian history. First is obvious and the most important, which we discussed, Mahajanpadas, and within that, rise of Magad. So monarchies win. The second interesting aspect is rise of currency. First currency. Lakshay, whatever that portion is, we will rather cover it in Buddhism than to cover it in Mahajanpadas. First standing army in Mahajanpadas. Question is weird, so answer will be weird also. But that, yes, sure, why not? Magad would be the first. Punch, marked coins, silver mostly, emerged, and we have two major trade routes which will emerge. I'll try to write bigger, no issues. And they are called as Uttarpat and Dakshinpat. Society wise, nothing really changes other than crystallization of Varna identity and something which will happen between this transition from Magad to Maurya, which I will come to. Now, when we talk about Uttarpat and Dakshinpat, Patliputra and Rajgir played a very important role in this, because the Uttarpat having two different sectors, one which goes via Hastinapur Gorakhpur, the other one which goes south of the Ganga in that regard via Mathura and towards Kashi. This route connected India with the external world, and that is where internal and external trade both emerged. And the Dakshin Path connected the coastline with the Uttar Path, thereby establishing a good trade network within India also. Now, one aspect which emerged before I talk about Buddhism and Jainism, which happened in the, you can say, it starts in 6th century BCE, but matures in Mauryan and post-Mauryan period. That is called as Varna Samskar, which means proliferation of Varna identity, which you today called as caste formation, but the right word for it will be jati formation. The word caste is a Portuguese word. Castas comes very late in Indian history. The word jati is basically how the society basically is getting organized. And here the reason for Varna Samskara caste formation is Anulom and Pratilom marriages, which is Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. They should be and they ought to be marrying amongst themselves, which is BB, KK, VV, SS, meaning within their own Varna they should marry. However, over a period of time, there is interaction between all of these Varnas, and the children born out of these interactions are hybrid per se, if you want to call them, and that hybridized identity is given a new jati within a certain varna, and that is where the whole concept of jati formation and varna samskara proliferation comes. Because if a Brahmin marries a Kshatriya, then he is a Brahmin per se, but a new type of Brahmin. So it's basically a certain process of further expansion of that identity and more sub-categorizations emerging. Don't have to go into this too much for the UPSC purposes per se, but for optional students, it is a very important discussion of what is Savarna Samskara, what is the process of Varna formation, and in that regard, interesting. So, what we see today is caste formation was used to be actually Jati formation. But the most important reason why 6th century BC is considered to be so revolutionary per se is because of the heterodox religions and the rise of Ajivikism, Buddhism, and Jainism. These are all new religions and sects which emerged, and two of them became very popular also. Now the question is why? Are we on the same page? Anybody has any issue till this point? Come on. Same page. Okay, now see, why did new religions emerge in the Indian subcontinent? That is the question, right? Now, the answer to that question lies in how Vedic Brahmanism works. See, Vedic Brahmanism says that the ultimate, heterodox means other than the orthodox concept, the ultimate you can say concept is that we all have a body, we have a soul inside it, our consciousness. Now this soul is cursed to go through the process of birth and rebirth for an eternal cycle. It will keep on being born and reborn, born and reborn, born and reborn, death, destruction, birth, all part of this whole cycle. Now, what we are concerned about and what we as humans or as a jiva should be concerned about is moksha. Moksha is that the soul which came out of God reunites with God and it breaks the cycle of birth and rebirth. This has been called as the process of nirvana, the process of moksha, salvation, whatever you want to call it. The idea is you want the soul to break its cycle. Now, Vedic Brahmanism, how do you break this cycle, liberation from birth and rebirth? The answer to that question is very simple. You basically do rituals and sacrifices. And these rituals and sacrifices have three issues in them. Firstly, they're exclusionary. Everybody cannot do it. Women and Shudras cannot get moksha. Secondly, they're very expensive, very elaborate, and need a lot of money. So therefore, there is already a certain problem which exists within the Vedic Brahmanistic fold. Right? The Brahmins control everything. There's frustration. But there are two more factors which helped in the rise of Buddhism, Jainism, and Ajivikism, which is firstly Kshatriya frustration. The frustration that they have a lot of power under Mahajanpadas. They are rulers of empires, but still they are second in the ritualistic cycle. Brahmin will always come over them. They can't marry, they can't do anything without asking the Purohit. So Kshatriyas were feeling we have all the power in the world, but we don't have respect within the ritualistic order. Second is the Vaishya or merchant frustration. With the rise of Uttarpat and Dakshinpat, a lot of money came to the Vaishyas. But the problem is the Vaishyas, they cannot get ritualistic position of second or first. They will always be third, and they were always excluded out of certain things. And the Brahmins were exploiting these Vaishyas through expensive rituals also. So imagine that Ambanis and Adanis are there, but they are always considered to be second-class citizens. You may be contributing half of the GDP of India, but you are considered to be low, not first or second, under the ruling class. This frustration creates a gap. That gap is need for upward mobility, but also more than that, a certain constituency. And that is what Ajivikism, Buddhism, and Jainism actually wanted to do. They very categorically targeted the Kshatriyas and the Vaishyas, where they actually said, we don't believe in the Varna structure. That is why they're heterodox. And they said, for us, the first category is of the Kshatriya, second category is of the Vaishya, and we don't even believe in this hierarchy per se. So they were more mercantilist and more commercialized religions than Vedic Brahmanism, which was more orthodox in that regard. So whilst Buddhism, Jainism would argue that we emerged because of the moral corruption, materialism, the dukh and the sorrow of the world, which is true, but there are also materialistic factors which allowed these three to actually create a certain space for them within society. Now, the first to emerge in this whole trilogy is Ajivikism. Not a lot of people know about it, but Ajivikism is the first to emerge, got patronage from Ashoka's father, Ashoka, Dashrath, and were the first to emerge. They were very clear in doing something very interesting. They said that all these rituals, sacrifices are useless. Why? Because everything is predetermined. They came up with the concept of niyati. Niyati means that everything is predetermined. Makhali Gosala is the one who actually spread the name or the sect forward. They said everything is destined. They said if you actually are going to get, if you are destined to get salvation, you will get it. If you are not going to get it, you are not going to get it. So for a UPSC aspirant, Ajivik would say if लिखा हुआ है कि UPSC होगा तो हो जाएगा. If it is in your niyati that you will get UPSC or you will clear UPSC, you will get it. If not, then just wait for death. That is what Ajivikism actually said, which is we will give up on clothes, we will give up on basic worldly things, we'll go into caves, we'll wait for death, we will see if we get salvation or not. Because if it is these rituals and these sacrifices are useless, human action has no consequence. That is basically what Niyati would say. Ajivikism was initially very, very popular, but when Buddhism became extremely popular, Ajivikism mostly got sidelined and remained a sect per se. It did not become a very big religion, but was the first critique to the Vedic Brahmanistic order. Vedic Brahmanistic order. Now, the most popular is Buddhism. The second, third, whatever you want to call it, the Jains would say that we came first, and Buddhists will say we came first. But Buddhism was the most popular product of this period, and its story is linked to a child born to a Kshatriya clan, the Shakya clan. His name is Siddhartha. Now, this story per se has no purpose for UPSC aspirants. Terms and concepts matter here. But still, I'll tell you the basic story here so that there's some context for you. The story goes like this. Siddhartha is born with 32 marks on his body. His father, Sudodhan, would want him to become a powerful ruler. The Purohit says to Sudodhan that the 32 marks can indicate two things: world conqueror, world renunciator. Now, a ruler would want his son to become a world conqueror. So therefore, he gave Siddhartha all the worldly pleasures possible, kept him secluded, happy, everything available to him at any cost. However, Siddhartha was still not very, very happy. So one day he was standing in his balcony and he sees four things: a dead man, a sick man, a corpse, or rather a sick man, an old man, and a dead man, and a monk. And this makes Siddhartha think. And the thinking process is money and materialism can't stop death. It can't cure disease, and it cannot stop aging. Which is, you can have all the world money, you can have all the Botox in the world, but you will still become old and die. You can have all the money in the world, but when COVID hit, it killed millionaires, billionaires, and trillionaires also. The simple, straightforward point is that money is immaterial when it comes to the process of life. So then Siddhartha came up with this question: what is the solution to the dukh, the suffering, the death, the destruction, the sickness, and the process of this birth and rebirth in this world which is eternally doomed to give you dukh? Right? Dukh khatam nahi hota. That is where he looked at the answer, and the answer was the monk, the renunciant, which is give up on all these worldly pleasures and try to control your body and mind and seek salvation. Seek salvation, get moksha. That is where he will, at the age of 29, take his horse Kanthanka, leave his family, and now join the 5 monks he had met. The monks had a certain, you can say, rule. They renunciated everything, including food also. Buddha wandered with or rather Siddhartha wandered with these ascetics for quite a long time, was never able to concentrate in meditation. One day he was sitting and meditating near the Bodhi tree, where he will then be approached by a woman called Sujata, who thought that he was actually a tree god, and she offered him kheer. When he ate that kheer, he was then banished by the 5 monks who said that you are not a serious aspirant. आपका यूपीएससी कभी क्लियर नहीं होगा, because you are not following the path which we said, which is you have you have to you have to give up food also, but you did eat food, so therefore you will never become the enlightened one. So they will abandon Buddha and or rather Siddhartha and move on. Now, however, after eating the kheer, he will sit for meditation. He will then meditate like no other time. He will be also distracted. The universe will in turn try to distract him through Mara, Rakshasi, or a certain negative being. Still, he will be able to concentrate, and he will then achieve at Sarnath under the Bodhi tree a very important enlightenment, and that moment in Buddhist history is called as the moment of dharma chakra parivartana. Dharma chakra parivartana means that Buddha has attained the 4 noble truths and the eightfold path, and the dharma wheel has now turned, and Buddha became Siddhartha became Buddha, and that in turn led to the process of an enlightened being being born, which is Buddha, Dharma Chakra Parivartana. And Buddha now gives his first sermon to the same 5 ascetics who had actually abandoned him. The student became the master, and now he gave the first sermon as marked by the Dhammek Stupa in Sarnath. In the first sermon, he talked about three important things: the 4 noble truths, the eightfold path, and what is called as the three Ratanas. And this is what you have to remember. The main purpose of Buddhism is the extinction of dukh and the eternal sorrow which is there. Dukh is there because of desire, attachment, greed, pride, ignorance, and aversion. It is Trishna or desire which leads to suffering. Therefore, the four noble truths, the four noble truths, the Atriya Sachais was that there is dukh, there's reason for that dukh can be removed, which is sorrow can be removed. How? Through the eightfold path. Now, what is the eightfold path? Right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right concentration, mindfulness, effort, and livelihood. Visa limbs. If you have followed these eight Ashtang Marg, as it is called, the eightfold path, then you will attain salvation, and you will get what is called as Nibbana, which is the desire will be taken away from you, and then you can attain salvation. So that is why the main goal of Buddhist teaching is to attain Nibbana. Nibbana means extinction of flame of desire, and therefore breaking away from the birth, death cycle. Nibbana does not mean physical death. Parinibbana means when an enlightened one dies. Mahaparinibbana means when Buddha dies himself. But the whole point is that you have to give up this desire. What is your dukh? Your dukh is that the syllabus is too much. Your dukh is that you have to sit with every book possible. The dukh is that there is no end to this cycle. But why? Because you have a desire, the desire to clear this examination. So because of this desire, you have dukh. Buddha would come to you and say, give up on everything and your dukh will go away. That is where the desire is something which makes you locked into certain processes, which makes Dukh come through. Whatever it is, we don't have to do a thesis on this. But the same main point is Ashtang Marg, Atriya Sachai, and the three Ratnas. Buddha, his teaching, and the monastic order which he produces are aspects which are generally important, which is Sangha, Dhamma, Buddha. Three very important, three Ratnas. Three Ratan, Atriya Sachai, Ashtang Marg. Three things which can be asked directly in the examination, and you should be clear of them. Nothing out of the box per se. Then, another important aspect before I go into the councils is there are certain contradictions in this religion. First, how women are considered to be a part of it. See, it is believed that Buddhism, Jainism was very, very, you can say, liberating for women, but that is not true. The Vedic conservatism with regards to women and Shudras was there. It is only on the insistence of the aunt of aunt of Buddha, that Buddha allowed women to enter the monastic concept. Yes, Prajapati Gautam or Gautami. At the same point of time, there was an argument within Buddhism that women have to work more to attain nirvana. Prajapati Gautami insisted that they should be a part of it, but it was problematic. At the same point of time, there's one more contradiction within Buddhism, which is Buddhism says there is no God. But by the end of it, Buddha is also considered God. And Buddhism says there's no soul. But they say that Jataks say that Buddha had previous births. And if he had previous births, he would then have something as a soul, which would then be born and reborn. So they say the concept of life energy. So they use the word life energy. Transmigration of soul is considered to be transmigration of the concept of life energy. So thoda sa distortion hai. There's a little bit of, you can say, confusion per se, which they keep within this religion, and there are contradictions within this religion. Now, where the questions come from is what happened when Buddha died? When Buddha died, the biggest issue is the survival of the religion. And that is where the first Buddhist council will be convened. First Buddhist council will be convened. And as I said, his name will emerge somewhere or the other. Ajatashatru is the one who established Buddhism. On paper does not believe on soul, but talks about something called life energy, which is basically soul only. So Buddhism, first Buddhist council happens under Ajatashatru. And here they write two very important texts. Vinay Pitaka, Pitaka means book, and Sutta Pitaka. Sutta Pitaka is the teachings of Buddha. Vinay Pitaka is the rule for monks. Is a rule for monks. Right? Now, over a period of time, there is contradiction or conflict which develops within the Sangha over the strictness of these rules. Which is it too difficult or it is too much? This is where, when the second Buddhist council happened, that happened under Kala Asoka, there were two factions which had developed. One is called Mahasangika, and the other one was called Theravada or Theravadin. Theravada said, no need to change Vinay Pitak. While Mahasangika said, dilute the rules. And over this disagreement, the first split will happen. And Theravada still remains one of the oldest branches and the most orthodox branch of Buddhism which exists today. Now, Mahasangika goes forward, becomes the most important group, and they hold the third Buddhist council. And this happens under Ashoka, the greatest Upasak of all, the one who made Buddhism very important. In the third Buddhist council, the third book is written, which is called as Abhidhamma Pitaka, completing the whole set of what is called as the Tipitaks. And Abhidhamma Pitak, what it did was it interpreted what Sutta Pitak was saying. It's like the Upanishads of the Rig Veda, which is what Buddha wanted to say, philosophical explanation. Very good. Now, over a period of time, now sects started to emerge within the Buddhist order and two factions started to emerge. One faction said, Buddha is a teacher, and the other faction started to say, Buddha is God. The naming process was one which God group did. So they call themselves Mahayanic, and they call the other group Hinayanic, which is the greater vehicle and the lesser vehicle. Buddha is God in Mahayanic Buddhism. The Bodhisattvas are the, you can say, enlightened beings who delayed their salvation for the betterment of others. There's deification of Buddha. Image worship will start. And Hinayanic Buddhists said Buddha as a teacher. Symbols are important. We will not worship in an image. And this is the second split of Buddhism. This in turn will lead to three different schools to exist: Theravada, Hinayanic, Mahayanic. And when Tantricism was added, where they got frustrated over this eightfold path, this fold path, we are not going to. When you also get frustrated, right? When I told you that go through the courseware, read the NCERT, do certain things, you're like, what is this process? Kuch hatke de do. Give us something where we can just automatically clear the examination. So then you go into Tantra Mantra. And that is where, when Tantra Mantra enters, they said, shortcut, Vajrayanic Buddhism. Vajrayanic Buddhism, which is thunderbolt vehicle. हमारे से ये सब नहीं होगा meditation. We will do not the painful things. We will do multiple forms of tantra mantra. Tara is the bodhisattva of what is called as success. We will worship her. She will give us success, and we will get salvation. So Vajrayanic Buddhism is an offshoot of Mahayanic Buddhism. Remember this. So very simply, this is how these four Buddhist councils are placed. First, Rajgir, Ajatshatu, Mahakasyapa, Sutta Vinay, Vaishali under Kalasoka, then division of Mahasangika and Theravadin. Third, Ashoka, Mogaliputisa, Abhidhamma. Fourth, Kashmir, Kanishka, Vasumitra and Ashwaghosha are the ones who have a disagreement. Mahayanic, Hinayanic. So this is the first set of facts which you need to know in Buddhism. Mahayanic and Hinayanic and Vajrayanic, I have already told you what it is. But because bodhisattvas have been asked, can be asked in the examination, you should know their purposes or their symbolism also. For example, Avlokeshwar, called Avlokeshwar, Lokeshwar, Bodhisattva Padampani. Fourth Buddhist council ruler is Kanishka. He is the one who holds the lotus, that is why it's called Padampani, represented in caves. He, out of the three main gods of Buddhism, he is the first one. Subsidiary gods. Buddha is God, then he is the Bodhisattva of compassion. He represents the compassion of Buddha. Then you have Vajrapani. He is again in Ajanta caves. He is the power of Buddha. He is the power of Buddha, who basically is the one who protects the people. Then you have Manjushri. He is the wisdom of Buddha. So three. Avlokeshwar is also one who is basically considered to be Dalai Lama is an manifestation of Avlokeshwar. Then you have Samtabhadra, who is meditative practices and meditation and how you get the process of salvation. Then you have Maitri, this came in the examination, that Buddha will come back, attain complete enlightenment again, and he's going to be the future Buddha. Then you have Tara, the Vajrayanic goddess who is the Bodhisattva of success. Vasudhara, who gives you wealth, prosperity, and abundance. Then Skanda, who protects the Buddhist monks. Sitapatra, who protects you from supernatural danger. This is an important table. Please remember it, will help you. Yes, it is when the Mahayanic order starts to get influenced by the Bhagavatistic order, the concept of second coming of Buddha is added as a bodhisattva. That is true. Now, the pain with regards to Buddhism does not end here. I'll be very honest with you. Very, very high yielding area. The pain will not end here because you need to know some important literatures also here. See, Vinay Pitak, Sutta Pitak, Abhidhamma Pitak, everybody knows. Then you have Theri Gatha and Theragatha, which is poems composed by nuns and monks on what they experienced within Buddhism. Theri Gatha is very important because women's experience of Buddhism was captured. Jataks is the stories of previous birth of Buddha. Then generic Buddhist philosophy you will find in multiple texts. Buddha Charita, Lalita Vastra, Mahavatsu. This has come previously when they asked you to identify books which were considered to be Buddhist. Then you have Mahavamsa, Deepavamsa, Milindapana by Nagasena came in the examination. Deepavamsa, Mahavamsa, Kulavamsa. Vamsa's texts come from Sri Lanka. Then you have Lalita Vasa Sutra, which is first sermon given at Sarnath, is considered to be here. Now, obviously, I'm not going to read out each one of them, but I have given you this text here, this whole table here. Learn it. This is first priority. You want to take a screenshot of this? Take a screenshot. I'm giving you this opportunity. Take a screenshot and you can keep this in your phone and keep on looking it from time to time. First page is this. Take a screenshot. Second page is this. Take a screenshot. I'm giving you 50 seconds, 30 seconds to take that screenshot. I'll remove myself from this sector. Take a screenshot. Then important terms related to Buddhism. Again, important area of the examination. The Upadana, Pravajjaka story, Upasak, Upasika, the different moments, Dharma Chakra Parivartana. Again, this table is equally important. Take a screenshot. All of this is in the courseware with even more detail in more systematic manner. So if you have the courseware, you don't have to take a screenshot. You already have it in one resource. Where it will come after prelims. So if you have not bought the screen or the courseware till this point, you can wait for the second edition to also come. For anybody who's preparing for 2026, you can wait for the second edition also. Sure, it will be most probably May-ish like last year, same this year. After prelims, you will have the second edition also, or just before it. Now, the next most important story before I move to Jainism. Is everybody on the same page with me? Are you alive? You guys were saying that part was boring. That was very logical. That was easy because it was very logically explained and understood. Important monks is also very important. This is pure factual area. Pure factual area. Will the 8 belongs in the monk? No, 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 no. Okay. Sandy, when you have the first edition, you keep it right now. When the second edition will come, we will have a conversation about that. When you get the second edition, I'll add at least 40-50 more videos. Don't worry about that. We'll talk about that later. The simple point is, if you have a 2026, 27 and you don't have the book with you, you can wait for 2-3 months and you can get the new edition. If you have it, no issues whatsoever. Mudras, important for art and culture. Right. So I'm generally telling you, when I know the timeline, I'm telling you that if you have waited till this point, you're starting your preparation, you can wait for 2 months, no issues whatsoever. Now, I'll give you a short break after this because I know Buddhism, Jainism is always very heavy. So don't worry, I'll give you a breather. I'll give you a breather so that you can process all of this information. That is good enough, Anushka. Now, Jainism is the second most important religion which emerged with Buddhism. But Jainism's history is more complicated than Buddhist. Why? See, the word Jain comes from the people who follow the Jina. The one with infinite knowledge is called a Jain. The second word which is associated within Jainism of a Jaina is called Tirthankar. Tirthankar is the one who makes you cross the world of sorrow and the ocean of sorrow. Now, if somebody says to you, who came up with Jain philosophy? Who came up with Jain philosophy? The answer to that question is Rishabhnath. Who's the first Tirthankar? Who made Jainism into a religion? That answer is Mahavira. Mahavira is the 24th in line of the Tirthankars who start with Adi Rishabhnath or Rishabhnath, and he is the last Tirthankar. Rishabhnath, yeah. The fact that there was no Tirthankar who was coming further, he then institutionalized this religion. But vis-a-vis Buddhism, Jainism is very difficult to follow. Very, very difficult to follow. Buddhism is accommodative, open and flexible in certain spaces. Jainism isn't. Vardhaman Mahavir is considered to be a contemporary of Buddha, has the same type of story, which is born to father Siddharth, a Kshatriya clan. Till 30 years, he was a family man, and thereafter, he became an ascetic. He will start to wander, attain infinite knowledge, and then die at age of 72. The basic philosophy which started to emerge within Jainism was called as Anekavad and Shayadvad. Anekvad said that there are multiple possibilities and everything is not constant and inevitable. Shayadvad said that all judgments are conditional to what type of decisions are taken. And out of all these processes came what are called the three ratan and the 5 vows which makes Jainism very difficult to follow. The 3 ratna of Buddhism was what? Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. Here it is right faith in the Jina, right knowledge, and right conduct, KFC, which is you have to have faith in the Jina's knowledge. You have to have right knowledge which is given by him, and you should also conduct yourself rightly. But the vows and the principles on which Buddhist Jainism works, which believes everything has a soul, has a soul. If there's any reference to soul in the examination, it has to be Jainism. It says that you have to not injure anybody. Ahimsa, non-violence, is an non-negotiable, non-compromising aspect of Jainism. That is why Kshatriya clans don't follow it too much, because Kshatriyas have to do violence. But merchants said, or Jainism said, that the best occupation in the world is merchant, because he does not harm, he just works. That is why till today most of the Jains are mercantile community. Then, not to utter any falsehood, meaning you never say any falsehood or lies. Again, very difficult for a Kshatriya to follow. Not to take what is not given, not to steal, to be celibate only for monks, and non-possession of anything which is, you don't call anything yours, which basically means that the panch vrats of Buddhism, which of Jainism, which makes a monk, are very difficult to follow. There are panchvratas and the anuvratas. Anuvratas are basically what we call as the vows which people follow, and the people don't have to be celibate, but they still have to do ahimsa. Still don't have to do ahimsa. In Jainism, there are two gradations which are created. For a monk, he has to make sure that he does not harm any being which has even one sense. That is why they wear a mupatti. When they sit, they broom, they wear wherever they sit, so that they don't kill any human being or any organism also. For the followers, which is the Jains, it is any being which has more than two senses, they cannot harm. That is why they are mostly vegetarian, and it is believed that certain crops which are underground should be avoided. For example, onion, for example, garlic, and all of these different very pungent, you can say, crops they should not eat. That is why they don't have these things. Very simply, Jainism is a very difficult religion to follow, and till today is very difficult to follow. However, there are two subgroups within Jainism. One is called Digambar, the other one is called Shwetambar. Digambars follow what Mahavira followed, which is not to wear clothes and to give up full ascetic life, renunciate everything. They were the ones who moved to South India when there was a drought-like, famine-like situation in Magad. Shwetambars are the one who stayed back. They wear white clothes and they believe that what Buddha Mahavira followed is obsolete today. We should change. Very simply, Digambar is very orthodox. It says women cannot be monks. Shwetambar says women can be monks. But both argue one thing, that for a woman to get salvation, she has to be reborn as a man. That is where the conservative aspects of Vedic Brahmanism and the society is again absorbed by both of these religions. Jainism, Buddhism, and their sects also. So Shwetambar, Digambar, differentiation can also come in the examination. There are two councils which happened for Jains. One is at Patliputra, the other at Vallabhi. And the product of both these is first the creation of the Angs, which are the 12 main books in Ardhmagdi, and then the Up-Angs in the second one, which is the sub-books in that regard. Now, there are also texts which are considered very, very important for Jainism. The 12 Angs, obviously, you are not going to learn. But what I expect you to do is that you should be able to at least differentiate between the different councils and their conclusions. So now we have finished Buddhism, Jainism, very big area. I would like to take a breather for you. Let's come back at 8 p.m. and we go back to what is called as political, social, economic. We start with Macedonian invasion. It will take us 1.5 hours to cover Maurya, post-Maurya, Gupta, maybe an hour. and then we will transition to early medieval and medieval. Right? Can we all do that? Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Right? I hope everything is making sense till this point. ठीक है, इस point तक ठीक है सब, right? Sangam I'll do with post Maurya. That is left. I'll give you one break once I finish ancient now. This is your small break because I know religion philosophy becomes very heavy. Because it becomes heavy, it is very difficult to manage also. So it's a very small 10-minute breather. Right? Okay. See you. Okay, welcome back. Am I audible? I am audible, I am visible. Yes. Yes, sir. Okay. Audible, visible. Okay, I need to adjust the camera once. Just give me 1 second. Okay. Yes, brief difference between both the religions. Now, see, we have to understand 2 to 3 things here. You want me to consolidate? I'll consolidate. There are 3 to 4 things. I'm audible, I'm visible, everybody's here. Can I start again? Yes, sir. Okay. Okay. See, what we've covered till this point is we have done Paleolithic, Mesolithic, right? Anushka, I'm coming to your doubt. Don't worry about that. I will. The term-based slide Buddhism, Upasak, Upasika are male, female. Arhat are the ones who follow us without taking vows. Arhat is a person who knows all of us are Arhats. We know the Ashtang Marg, but we have not prescribed to Buddhism per se. Upasak, Upasika are people who are following Buddhism per se. Okay. We've discussed Paleolithic, we've discussed Mesolithic, we've done Neolithic, we've done Chalcolithic, we've done IVC, Vedic, and Megalithic. And finally, we have covered 6th century BC. 6th century BC is a big topic because it has multiple aspects related to it with regards to the trade, with regards to other aspects. Now we have to move into Mauryas. Megalithic will be then succeeded by Sangam, which I will discuss with you once I've reached post-Maurya. There it makes more sense. It is more consonant with another. So don't worry about that. Now, the difference between Buddhism and Jainism is very stark. I don't know why you're asking me this question, but it's very easy to understand that these two religions, Buddhism and Jainism, one is Buddha, the other one is Mahavira, obviously, but the history of Tirthankara is much older, much older than Buddhist one. Then further here you have Three Ratna is Buddha, Sangha, Dhamma. On the other hand, here Three Ratna is knowledge, faith, and conduct. Here it is the Ashtang Marg, eightfold path, which is very important. Here it is the 5 vows, which are very important. At the same point of time, the concept of the Atriya Sachais and the popularity, the aspect that we have Hinayana, Mahayana, Vajrayanic, and Theravada is very important here. Whilst here we have Digambar, Shwetambar, much more stricter. Jainism is a very strict religion, very strict religion, vis-a-vis what we call as Buddhism. Can we move ahead from this point? Are we all clear? I want everybody's assertion here. Come on. Yes, sir. No, sir. Something. I'm looking at the yes, sir. Okay, great. Now let's push so as to complete ancient, and then we'll take a break and move into medieval. Okay. Now the story from here starts with what is called the Macedonian invasion. So we have covered till Dhanananda in a way, and we've discussed till Magad. Now I'm going back to the political story, which is basically based on not just Dhanananda, but what is happening beyond India. So in the Indian subcontinent at this point of time, we have the Nandas who are ruling from Magad. But in the Central Asian sector, there was one very important power which had emerged. They are called the Achaemenid Empire. Achaemenid Empire basically was a entity which came up from the Iranian sector, and Darius the third, who is the person who we are most, you can say, associated with, and we have to talk about, he had expanded the empire till modern Greece, and he had taken what is called as Macedonia. Macedonia was under a person called Philip. Now, our story starts from when the Macedonians want to take revenge or avenge this expansion, and the son of Philip, his name Alexander. Alexander is now going to now expand. Alexander the Third, as he's called, he will now start to expand at the cost of the what is called as Achaemenid Empire. So now this is where the Alexander's invasion comes into context, and we have to now go through a certain timeline. And that timeline is, see, Alexander starts in 1327 his expansion towards India at the cost of taking this empire. He will fight multiple important battles, by the Battle of Issus, the Battle of uh, uh, Babylonia. There are multiple important battles here, which the Susa battle, the Battle of Issus, the Battle of Babylonia, very, very important battles, known legendary for their military tactics. Now, what happens is naturally he is moving towards this border. He's moving towards this border. His movement is towards this border, and that is a natural movement towards the, you can say, westernmost border of the Achaemenid Empire. Now, when he reaches here, the Magad Empire has expanded, and Dhanananda is ruling. But before he enters into the Indian subcontinent, he has to cross the tributaries of the Indus. And in this sector, there are multiple independent kingdoms. There were two very important rulers here. One is called Ambhi, and the other one is called Porus. Puru, Porus, whatever you want to call him. Ambhi gave up. He was the ruler of Takshila. He just gave up and said, I will rather be happy to be a part of Alexander's empire to fight him. And that is where he will not actually fight, just give up the empire to Alexander. But Porus, whose empire we don't know exactly where it was, he will basically be the one who will give 3 months of very staunch resistance to Alexander. His army had been fighting since 1327. Now it was 1323, 1325 and 24 period. Very long battle. Very long battle they were fighting. Though Porus will be defeated by Alexander, Alexander will be very excited and happy by the way Porus had fought, and that is where he will give back Porus his empire. But when he reached the Bias River, Alexander's army straightforward said that we will not fight. We will not fight because we have been fighting back to back, and we have got to know that Dhanananda has a very formidable army. We will not fight. And this is where Alexander is going to take a decision to go back to the what we call as Macedonian sector. But whilst he'll be going back, he will appoint in this area a certain governor, and his name was Seleucus Nicator I. Seleucus Nicator I will be made the governor, and at the same point of time, Alexander is going back. Chandragupta Maurya is going to then kill Dhanananda, and the Mauryan Empire will be established. But because this area was a disputed area between Seleucus Nicator I and Chandragupta Maurya, they will fight for this area. But later Seleucus Nicator I will marry his daughter Helena to Chandragupta, Chandragupta Maurya. One second, Chandragupta Maurya, and when he will marry Chandragupta Maurya and Helena together, a matrimonial alliance will come through, and this area will become a stronghold, and that is why so many Greek sources for the Mauryan Empire. Now, Mauryan Empire timeline is disputed. Sometimes people say 327, 324, 321. All these dates are used. But Mauryan Empire is known for 4 to 5 very important things. See, 324 to 184 BCE, Chandragupta Maurya, his son Bindusara, and the most celebrated Ashoka. 3 very important rulers will rule this sector. And other than Ashoka, Bindusara and Chandragupta Maurya, Dashrath is mentioned in the context of the Ajivik, what we call as caves of Barabara Nagarjuni Hill complex. And Brihadrath is important because he got killed by Pushyamitra Shunga to come to power. You can learn their names, but they are mostly insignificant other than these 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. These 5 are generally considered important. Over and above that, Ashoka is the most celebrated and the most important. Now, there are 3 aspects to the Mauryan sector. When we are learning through this area, in the Mauryan story, political story is there, which is generally not asked. Then there are sources which were even Greek, Sri Lankan, Tibetan, because of the fact that Buddhism was being spread into these sectors. Then you have Dhamma. Which is Ashokan Dhamma, very important. Then you have administration, which is equally important. Now here we have to understand where to learn what. So when we talk about Chandragupta Maurya and his political contributions, 3 major. He will re-establish the empire, matrimonial alliance, create a very good relationship with the Greeks. He will be given the name Androclotus and this is again factual. Androclotus and Sandroclotus as the name, Greek name. He will be the one who will basically establish the empire properly. In his late life will turn into Jain. Thereafter we have Bindusara. Bindusara was an Ajivik, not mentioned too much in Ashokan history. He will again take the story forward with the Greeks. Amitrochates was his name, which was given by the Greeks. Lot of different, you can say, ambassadors came. Very good relationship. Chandragupta Maurya, again, yes, Junagadh inscription. He was the one who developed what is called as the Sudarshan Lake. But the most important in this story is Ashoka. Now, we all know Ashoka as a person who did the Kalinga War. Everybody knows about it. 8th regnal year, Ashoka fought the Kalinga War, killed 1 lakh people, injured 1.5 lakh people, and that in turn led to him to change of his heart, and he will further become a certain person who will basically not want to fight wars, and then he will develop a religious philosophy called Dhamma. This is where you have to draw a line, and you have to understand that Dhamma is not a religious philosophy, it is a politico-religious philosophy. Till it suited Ashoka, he remained Ajivik, which was when he needed to expand. When he needed to consolidate, he turned towards Buddhism, and Dhamma is what he came up with. And the idea was, it is not that he converted to Buddhism. Dhamma is Ashokan interpretation of Buddhist thought and not Buddhism per se, because there is no mention to concept of what is called as eightfold path in Dhamma. Rather, it is his way of developing certain principles. Now, these principles are generally considered important because they were the guiding principles of Ashoka's way of managing the whole empire. For example, the theme of ahimsa was very important for him, but this ahimsa was not against the concept of war. It was about vegetarianism. It was about not killing killing less animals in the royal kitchen. It was about good conduct, social responsibility. It was about criticizing the rituals which are done by, or the overtly obsession with rituals. Further, it was based on mutual respect for religions, again a consolidatory concept. The idea that Dhamma was not about renunciation of war per se, renunciation of the wrong wars, but righteous war was correct. Who decides it is righteous war? It is him itself, but it is about righteous war. And he will then say that I will spread the message of Dhamma and the idea of consolidatory, you can say, shunning of warfare, but using diplomacy as a better way of going forward. That is what basically Dhamma is. If you can make them an ally, don't fight with them. So Ashokan Dhamma is inscribed over 14 major rock edicts, and these major rock edicts are spread across India. And what is interesting is that the places where he says that I was the one who killed 1 lakh people, I was the one who killed 1 lakh people, all of these major rock edicts are actually on the major borders of the Mauryan Empire, a passive aggressive messaging to say that I am the same person who did the Kalinga War, now I have changed. So major rock edicts are in red, and you will see minor rock edicts in areas where he wanted to basically give administrative decrees. That is the old whole idea here. And if you look at his edicts, you will also understand very interesting features. Prohibition of annual animal sacrifices. This is the Buddhist idea trying to come through in the process of critique of Vedic Brahmanism. Welfare measures, and here he mentions Chola, Chela, Pandya. For the first time, we get to know about the southern kingdoms. Further, respect Brahmins, respect monks, preach non-violence, the fact that Dhamma Ghosha is more important rather than fighting. All people are my children. We will propagate Dhamma. Do good to your slaves. Further, tolerance to other religions. Ashoka, freedom from evil is real Dhamma. Then he also talks about his contemporary kingdoms, gives us enough political history per se, and that is why his major rock edicts are generally important. UPSC has already asked Dhauli and Jaugada. You should know about Ereguddi, Sopara, Girnar, Kandhar, Mansera, Shabazgadi, Kalsi. These are very well known sites and very important sites, including Shaugara, which was asked because of its understanding in the current affairs aspect. So UPSC has asked questions, will ask questions on the locations. So this is the NCRT map, and that is the map of Upinder Singh, which is more credible in that regard. Please learn the areas and the basic locations of these edicts. Very, very important. Now, the other aspect which UPSC again asked in 2024 is administration. In 2024, we had a direct question, rather 2025, we had a direct question on administration. Not all edicts, major rock edicts, major rock edicts. In 2025, we had a mention to the most important, the Pradeshika Rajuka, which is provincial. Now, what is the base of this administration and idea is called the Saptang theory. Saptang theory, we know about it because of Kautilya, and all the major rock edicts are important, 14 major rock edicts. Saptang theory says that there are 7 limbs of the empire, and though that makes an empire very, very powerful. So in the middle, we have the Swami, who is nobody but the king. Then you have the Amatya, who is the minister. Then you have the Kosha, which is the treasury. Then you have the Durga, which is the fort. Then you have the Danda, which is justice and law and order. Then you have the Mitra. Then you have the Mitra, who is nothing but the ally. And then you have the Janapad, which is the people and the place. Together, all of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. These 7 together make the empire powerful, and basically is the Saptang theory. But this is more complex than we see. Why? Because there is a central administration and there is a provincial administration. Mauryan Empire was extremely centralized. So therefore, we have Tirtha, which is head of department at the central level. Adhyaksha, so you have basically the cabinet minister. Then you have the, for example, finance secretary or the head of that department, which is Adhyaksha. Then under that you have two types of officers, Amatyas or Mahamatyas, which is special duty officers, and Amatya, which is a executive officer. Basically, it is like this. You have the Adhyaksha, then you have Mahamatras and Amatya. This is like an IS officer, and secretary, joint secretary is here. He's a low level IS officer. So therefore, this is where the whole empire is centralized. We have four provinces: Uttarpath, Avantirath, Panchrath, and Dakshinpath, which is four major provinces. And out of provincial administration, UPSC asked a question. And the question was that we have Kumar and Raj, what we call as the Aryaputra. Kumar is the son of the king. For example, Ashoka was a Kumar. And Aryaputra is a governor who is a royal blood person. Then you have Pradeshika, Rajuka. This is what was asked in the examination. What do they belong to? They were district level officers, but also provincial level officers. They all are assisted by a Yukta. Because Yukta was given, it became district level. Then you had the Sthanika, Gopa, and the Gramika. They basically together become the trilogy which manage the lowest level. This area is fact rich. It has a lot of facts, and there should be no doubt about that. Why am I saying this? Because out of this sector, ancient India, it is Maurya only which has a lot of facts. Lot means a lot of facts in that regard, because we have list after list, which is, for example, the Tirthas. Mantri, Purohit, Senapati, Yuvraj, Drovika, then Samaharta, Sanidhata. Same way we have Adhyaksha, different, Akara, Akshpala. This again has to be learnt. Thereafter, you have Mahamatyas, which are officer on special duty. They also have to be learned. The only way you can actually manage this is to systematically learn this over a period of time, which is learn one each day. There is enough time to learn all of them. Just cover everything systematically so that you can cover everything in the given time also, and in the most comprehensive manner also. So I hope that you will be able to do this. I have again, out of a list of 50, 60, only given you 10 to 15. 15, 20, which you can manage. So I hope you will be able to do that. Can I say that you know what to learn in Mauryas now? Administration, Dhamma, edict locations, and the Macedonian story, which can be asked in chronological manner. Can I say that? Yes, sir. So these are the most important. In all the themes, these are the 4 or 5 things which are very, very important. Right? Okay. Now, the contemporary of the Mauryan Empire, 300 BCE to 300 CE, is no one else. Coinage remains punch-marked coins. Coinage change will come in the Indo-Greek period. In the society, the Mauryan period is the period when untouchability is going to rise. Fourfold Varna structure will be there. Buddhism will dominate over Vedic Brahmanism. It will be the state religion per se. Nothing out of the box is happening other than the process. Other than the process of what is called as generally Varna Samskara happening in that regard. See, Tarun, you have to learn article numbers also. You have to learn rivers also. You have to learn types of forests also. You have to learn different terms also. It is not difficult. It is just a mental block. If this comes in the examination, it is free 2 marks. If you want to leave it, it's a separate issue altogether. You want to leave it. I know what happens is you rather want to skip it here. This is bare minimum I'm asking you to remember. So if you can learn each and every tributary left bank and right bank, which doesn't even come in the examination nowadays, is an old concept. And even NHS you are learning, and even every wildlife sanctuary you are ready to learn. This is not something difficult per se. It just needs your time and systematic learning. So nothing out of the box per se over which you have to die over. But again, as I said, can't force you to remember it. I am telling you that this is the bare minimum which you have to remember. Not chronologically, just the terms have to be remembered. Chronology as it is will help you in understanding the whole concept itself. Okay. Now, 300 BCE to 300 CE is Sangam Age. If you look at this map, you will realize that there is reference to Kerala Putas, which is Cheras, Pandya, and Cholas. Now, Sangam Age is basically a period which was reconstructed through the reading of the Sangam texts, much like the Vedic period. Medieval is much smaller than ancient. In Sangam Age, you have the concept of multiple academies or Sangams meeting for three major Sangams, and the different types of poems which were produced together give us the story and the history of three polities which existed, which are called the Sangam polities, which is Chera, Chola, and Pandya. Now you have, unlike the Vedic texts, these texts are a little bit scattered. You have two types of poems also in this. One is called Akkam, the other one is called Puram. Akkam poems are love-based poems. Puram are what is called as political and about warfare. And there are also what is called as Tinais. Tinai is basically each of these poems embody a certain landscape, which in turn gives you an understanding of what type of emotion which they capture. Now, the bare minimum again, and something which you have to revise per se before the examination is the area which UPSC loves, is asking you Sangam poets and Sangam texts. For example, Tolkapityam, the Madurai Kanji, Murugapudai, Palamoli, and Thirukal. Along with their authors, these are texts which you will for sure find in literature questions. This is one of the most important because the finance minister talks about it in every budget session, where she talks about the values and the what is called as the book of ethics in South India. It tells you what is the ethic behind that chapter. Tolkapityam is Tamil grammar book, very very important per se. These are very easy to remember if you again try to learn them systematically. Then there are three very important epics: Shilapadikram, Mani Mangalai, and Shiva Sindhamai. This is a text which talks about how the Chola dynasty, Karikal Chola, worked. Further, you have a Buddhist text from South India, Mani Mangalai, and a Jain text in South India, which is called Shiva Sivdamanai. These texts are generally considered very, very important because UPSC has no other option but to add them into these tables to make it challenging for you. Total number is maximum 10 to 15. Very easy to remember. And for the student who had said that I'm waiting for this area, I hope that you realize why I don't like this area per se. Because my role reduces, your role increases, and it's purely factual area. Lot of learning has to be done, which you somehow don't like in history, but like it in other subjects. That is the problem somehow. That you are ready to do it in areas which are not even important today, but you will learn it. But when it comes to this, which is actually very, very rewarding in the examination, gives you 2 marks straight, then you are not ready to do it. It is a factual portion, can't really do anything about it. Now, Sangam period, you have to understand 2 to 3 things further before we move into Maurya, post-Maurya. They basically started in the Mauryan period, but they go into the post-Mauryan period also. And there are 3 very important dynasties which exist: Chola, Chera, Pandya. But this is not the Chola which you think they are, this is called the early Chola. Here, 2 persons are very, very important: Karikal and Elara. 2 very important. I'm not asking you to learn everything. That's the whole point. For Cheras, you have Uday and Sengutavan, two very important personalities. Pandya, you have Nadundajalian. If you can remember these names, then your political history of this period is also sorted. Kutti is the word which is used for regional social ties. Varna exists within Sangam age, but Kutti is the way they actually get divided more than anything. We will come back to Chola, but right now we have to move towards a period which is the most dangerous and the most messy, which is post-Mauryan. Is everybody with me till this point? Anybody has any issue? Janisha, then you have an advantage in other spaces. So it's break even. I want everybody's yes, sir. See, no, clear. Everything is clear. So everything is perfectly fine. We have now brought both the timelines together. Maurya and post-Maurya, rather Sangam together. We are now standing at 184 BCE and our last push comes, right? Now, see, this area is the messiest. And the reason for that is because students are not able to place everything together. Now, I want flexibility in society and social differentiation. Pay attention to the next 15-20 minutes, and I believe that it will be very easy for you to understand this. Right? We'll do it through a map so that you understand it properly. Our time period is 324 to 184 BCE. At this point of time, we have Mauryas here, we have Chera, Chola, and Pandyas. Seleucid Empire is here. Seleucid Empire is here. These are the three entities which exist. This is what we discussed, right? From Mahajanpada to Magad to Maurya and to Sangam to Seleucid Empire, Seleucus Nicator I, this border is very, very stable for us. All are contemporary students. Very good. Perfect. Now in 184 to 100 BCE, the Mauryan Empire starts to disintegrate. Standard reasons, Brihadratha is going to be killed because of his too open nature, weak rulers, economic issues, empire is not centralized, standard issues of decline. So the entity which comes out directly out of the Mauryas is Pushyamitra Shunga, a Brahmin, the Senapati, killing Brihadratha, the last ruler. So the Shungas emerge in this sector. They basically control the eastern sector of the Mauryan Empire, not the whole empire per se, but the eastern sector. Shunga now are 184, 185 BCE, they emerge, direct successors. At the same point of time, Seleucus Nicator I's empire is also usurped by a person who was within it and was the governor. His name was Diodotus I. This sector emerges where Diodotus I captures power and establishes what is called as Indo-Bactrians or Indo-Greeks. Indo because they extend into India, Bactrian because they rule from a place called Bactria, Oxus River, and it is near the Hindu Kush Mountains. So now we have two direct successors. They are the successor of Mauryas. They are the successor of the Seleucid Empire. This happens in 165 BCE. Now the next set of changes happens because of what is happening in Central Asia. Under a person called Huan, the Chinese start to expand eastward, westward. And there were two tribes here. One tribe here, one tribe here. This tribe is called as Yuchi, and this tribe is called as the Scythians. Now what happens is the Chinese push the Yuchi tribe. Now when the Chinese push the Yuchi tribe pushes the Scythians. Now the Scythians have no other option but to enter into the area called Parthenon, and they become what is called today as Sintho. They become what is called as Sintho-Parthenon, and they in the end land up in this area. They land up in this area of the Indian subcontinent, and when they come into this period in 150 BCE, they are called as the Sakas. Shaka is a word which is used for the Sintho-Parthenon, Indo-Parthenon, Scythian, Parthian, whatever you want to call him. The word, generic word is Saka. Sakas had two branches in India. Two branches. One they used to rule from Ujjain and the other one from Mandsaur. So they had two different branches, Kardamkas and the Bhumkas. Now, this is the first major recreation. The Cheras, the Cholas, and the Pandyas are holding fort. But in all of this, one more Brahmanical dynasty captures power, and they emerge in this sector. And they are called the Satavahanas in 100 BCE. In 100 BCE, they emerge and they are called Satavahanas. Now, all of them are mostly contemporary to one another, and they are interacting with one another. This is the reason why post-Maurya becomes extremely messy, because it has multiple actors at the same point of time. Vijayanagara to Delhi Sultanate ka contemporary hai. You moved from 100 BC to straightforward 1336. 1400 years forward. Satavahanas are not successors of the Mauryas. They are local powers which were able to, you can say, reclaim power or claim power. But the story is not complete. The story completes itself when we move from 100 BCE to 100 CE. Anybody has any issue in understanding this? Chinese, Yuchi, Scythians, Indo-Greek, Shunga, Satvahana, Chera, Chola, Pandya. Yes means perfectly fine, sir. Let's move ahead. Ishvaku dynasty is the successor of Satavahanas. Clear? Okay. Now what happens is that if you remember, the Yuchi were sitting here. The Yuchi were sitting here because the Chinese had pushed them. The same Yuchi will now be further pushed towards India because the Chinese will create even more pressure. And the great Yuchi tribe, when it split into two parts and entered into India, they called themselves as the Kushanas. So basically the Yuchi are nothing but the Kushanas. Kushanas, when they emerge in 30 BC, 30 CE, and the transition in Indian subcontinent of BC to CE comes under the Kushanas, 30 CE, The Kushanas basically subsume within themselves the Indo-Greeks, which are gone, and the Shungas, which are again gone. The Sakas tuck themselves inside in this area, and the Satavahanas hold this area, and the Chera, Chola, and Pandyas hold this sector. So, in a way, if you actually look at it, now the empire becomes stable between 100 BCE to 300 CE. This is the period where the Kushanas, Satavahanas, Chera, Chola, Pandyas, and the Sakas hold. This is basically, if you can understand this, half of your story is already sorted, which is who is contemporary to whom. Because half of the students basically give up on this area because they're not able to follow the train of thought. Literally. This is the problem, because most of them just give up on this because they don't understand what is happening. Ye Yuchi kya ho gaya? Where did the Yuchi come from? What is Sintho-Parthenon? It's standard process. Now, what we should know further in this story is the basic contribution and the important person who were the main rulers of this area. So, for example, for the Shungas, we have Pushamitra Shunga, Agnimitra. Agnimitra is the one who is mentioned in Malvika Agnimitra. And these two rulers are the ones which you have to remember for Shungas. Shunga's main, you can say, contribution is Brahmanical revival, and they are the ones who are able to revive Sanskrit as a language which was reeling under Prakrit and Pali. You have Indo-Bactrians, Indo-Greeks. Their most important contribution is double die struck coins and the concept of proper coinage coming to India with obverse, reverse, having the Greek gods and even the portraits of the king along with the dates. However, they will issue gold coins, but they will keep it in the northern sector. They will not circulate it in the southern sector, but they were the first to issue gold coins in the Indian subcontinent. Sakas are known for two very important things. When a local ruler called Vikramaditya of Ujjain defeated the Sakas, he started a new calendar called the Vikram calendar. That is the calendar which is followed in Hinduistic practices. But when the Sakas defeated and captured Ujjain, Chastana came up with a new calendar which is called the Saka calendar, which is the national calendar of India or the Saka era. One is at 56 BCE and the other one is at 78 CE. Sakas generally two different, you can say, sectors. You have Chastana and Rudradaman as two important rulers of the Kardamkas, and you have Nahapana as an important ruler along with Bhumka of the Mansur branch. Indo-Greeks, the ruler's name Menander is very, very important. Menander, Strabo, and his wife Agatha Kothia. Other than this, if you are learning any other fact, you are basically learning more than what is needed. You will not be able to remember it also. Some students start to learn from each and every ruler of the Indo-Greeks. Indo-Greeks timeline is very big also. Apollodotus and all of them, they start to learn all of that also. Diodotus 1, Diodotus 2, Apollodotus 1, Apollodotus 2. Then we just need to remember Menander. Why? Milindapana, Nagsena had a conversation. Milinda is the name which he gave to Menander. In the Kushanas, the most important ruler is whom? Kanishka and Huvishka, his brother. Kanishka, Huvishka, you should know, which is generally very, very important. So, political history is generally very easy to understand. When we talk about society, something very interesting happens. This post-Mauryan age is the age in which caste identity starts to even more proliferate. Why? Indo-Greeks were foreigners, Kushanas were foreigners, Sakas were foreigners. Brother, Havishka is brother. Indo-Greek, Sakas and Kushanas, all are foreigners. Because they are foreigners, they will get assimilated into the Indian society. When they will get assimilated into the Indian society, they will in turn remember, lead to further caste formation, because now newer identities will emerge. When it comes to economic, the post-Mauryan period is the golden age of external trade. Remember this point. Roman trade, which was happening on this route, had never been surpassed later by any dynasty. Cheras had Augustus Caesar's temple along with a whole Roman regiment there. The pearls of the Pandyas, the cloth of the Cholas and the Cheras was known across, and Roman coins will bleed into the Indian subcontinent. So therefore, post-Mauryan period is a period of flux. There's a lot of changes which are happening, from Chastana to the Bhumka branch to how the Indian subcontinent becomes a hub of trade. The whole trade profile of the Indian subcontinent is such that we will become the center of the world when it comes to this understanding. So economically, very good trade. Socially, even more churn, assimilation, and Varna Samskara. Politically, I have already told you the picture. Administratively, we don't know a lot of the administrative terminologies because the texts don't actually talk about them. And at the end of the day, this is a period where everything comes together and we get a hybridized culture. Buddhism is still winning, and Buddhism is still dominating the religious sphere, with Vedic Brahmanism being the main religion. Anybody has any issue till this point? Again, we enter the last section and then we'll enter early medieval, and we should end by 11-ish. Okay. I'm coming to land grant tradition, don't worry. Okay. Now a process which was initiated in the post-Mauryan period is going to become a very big issue for the Indian subcontinent later. The capitals of the Sakas, two capitals. One is in Ujjain, one is in Mandsaur. Mandsaur branch is called Kshatrata dynasty. The other one is called Kardamkar dynasty. Chastana and Rudadaman. Rudadaman is the one who established the Junagadh inscription, which talks about whoever constructed it. And the other one is Bhumka and Nahapana Gautami Putra Satkarni. The thing which we have to discuss, which I am coming to, is the Satavahanas, and they did something to the Indian subcontinent. Let's talk about that. See, Satavahanas, they are considered to be matrilineal, but that technically is not true. They are known for matrinomes, which is they take their mother's name as form of respect, which is basically Gautami Putra Satkarni, Vishishti Putra Mulpullami. The idea was that they use prefix as a way of honoring their mothers. Satavahanas were not very, very strong when it comes to economic. And because Satavahanas are Brahmins, they wanted to push the Brahmins further. And this is where they started a very dangerous concept, which is called tax-free land grant. Tax-free land grants are basically the process of appeasing Brahmins. They were given land grants where they had to not pay any tax. The state forgoed its responsibility itself in that area. And in that context, tax-free land grants are going to become one of the biggest issues for Satavahanas. The idea was that they will start it as an appeasement process. But later, when we go into the late Gupta period, when trade will start to decline, these tax-free land grants will be given to officers also as in lieu of service. Why am I saying that it is a dangerous process? Because the process of giving tax-free land grant creates decentralization and local power centers. Local power intermediaries are produced. When local power intermediaries are produced, they basically in turn lead to the process of sovereignty of the main power to go away and a model of suzerainty coming into context. This is where, when we talk about the Guptas, Guptas are considered to be the golden age of the Indian subcontinent. Sure, for art and culture. Guptas are not a centralized empire unlike the what we call as Mauryas. Mauryas are centralized. Guptas are not centralized. Guptas basically were a, you can say, core area, peripheral area based concept. This is where you should understand when the Guptas will emerge, who will subsume power. They were one of the feudatories, local power intermediates of the Kushanas. And when the Vakatakas will emerge, both contemporary to one another, they were in a way decentralized because Guptas controlled a core area which may not have been more than this, and everything else which they controlled was in the process of just being a, you can say, suzerainty based model. Only symbolic power was there. Same is true for Vakatakas, who had a core area. Core periphery model is going to emerge in the Indian subcontinent. Feudalistic tendencies will emerge. Feudalistic tendencies mean decentralized tendencies will start to emerge in the Indian subcontinent. Now, as you can see from these two maps, if you look at it properly, you will see that there is a pink area and there's a larger area of the Guptas. The core area is this. Here, the Guptas have direct control, even as strong as Samudragupta. But beyond it, it is only ritualistic power. This is where Sri Gupta established the empire. Chandragupta I is the one who basically was able to consolidate, and there will be matrimonial alliances which will come through. He is considered to be the most powerful, exactly opposite of Ashoka, loved conquest, and his what we call as Prayag Prasasti talks about a lot of the conquest which he did. But in the conquest profile also, you will get to know that there is a decentralizing tendency. Then comes Chandragupta II Vikramaditya. He came in the examination. The first Chinese traveler came under him, Fahian. Fahian Hunsain Itzing, FHI. He comes under Chandragupta II Vikramaditya, took the title of Vikramaditya. By the time we come to Skandagupta, Baladitya, and Vishnugupta, now they started to give land grants as a way of service payment. And this is where the decentralization process started to become even more accelerated. But the real reason why the empire became even more decentralized is why and how the Guptas changed their status. Guptas are Vaishyas, but they became rulers. So therefore, they needed to change their ritualistic status. What they did was they ritualistically changed their status to Kshatriyas. But in the process of doing that, they give thousands of land grants to Brahmins. It was a nexus between the Brahmins and the Guptas, which in turn led to them being associated and seen as a Kshatriya. And that is where there's an acceleration, boom of boom of land grants which are given. And this in turn makes the Gupta rulers Kshatriyas, but the Brahmins are landed class itself. Brahmins now hold a lot of power, and this will be a tradition which will be later extended by Baladitya, Vishnugupta, and Skandagupta to officers also. And therefore, the fragmentation of the Indian subcontinent has started, and it will become even more fragmented as we go forward, and it will reach to a point where feudalistic mentality will develop, which is the point where early medieval starts. You have to understand that Kalidasa wrote most of his texts, and one of the celebrated poets of Abhigyan Shakuntalam, Malvikagnimitam, Vikramashambhavam, Kumar Sambhava, Meghaduta, Ritu Samagra, and Raghuvamsam. Out of this, Malvikagnimita has already come. He is the one who makes the empire, the Sanskrit knowledge and Sanskrit text to come back. Now, before we talk about the other personalities, which is Vishnu Sharma, Amar Simha, Vararuchi, Dhanvantri, Shushruta, Aryabhatta, which we will discuss in more detail in art and culture, the Gupta period is indicative of something very interesting also. In the core area, you have Bhukti, Vishya, Grama, Uparika, Vishyapati, and Gramika as the most important personality. Beyond that, it is the officer who holds everything. But Hinduism, Puranic Hinduism, came into existence or evolved out of Vedic Brahmanism during this period. Brahmins got a lot of patronage. They were able to get power. They were now trying to figure out why they were losing out to Buddhism. They will change the emphasis from the Vedas to the Puranas, and that too to a specific Puran which is called as Bhagavad Puran. That is why it is called Bhagavatism. What they will be able to do is they will introduce the concept of the avatars, and that is where, to destroy the base of Buddhism, the ninth avatar of Lord Vishnu is going to be no one else but Buddha. And that is where Bhagavatism will just destroy the base of Buddhism, and now it will start to assimilate in itself all the regional schools, cults, and what we call as pantheons, to create what is called as Puranic Hinduism, which was accommodative and which was also expanding, with Lord Vishnu, Lord Shiva, and Shakti being the three most important powers, or what we call as gods or concepts which could subsume everything within themselves. Again, a little bit of an optional level understanding, but again, I want to make you to understand that why is that temple construction only starts from Gupta period onwards, is because avatar concept becomes very, very important. That allows for more and more temples of Lord Vishnu and other representations of gods to come through, and that is where our ancient ends. Vakatakas, you should only remember Harisena, who created the Ajanta caves. And Harisen Vakatakas generally important for the patronage which they gave to the Vindhya Satpura range and the caves. Now, what have we done till this point? We have traveled from 2 million years ago till 600 BC to 600 C. We started where there was no state, no political structure, no simple society hunting other society, to a point where there is complexity, there is varna, there is four varna structure, Puranic Hinduism, this and that. If you can remember, all of this is an evolutionary understanding. That okay, Paleolithic means this, Mesolithic means this, Neolithic means this, Vedic, Maurya, Post-Maurya, Gupta, then you will be, see, whatever I have discussed, if you can learn this much, out of the three questions which they will ask, at least one or two you will get easily, because that would be sane questions. Insane questions, as it is, nobody can answer, even not me, without Googling something. I'll be very honest with you in that. If anybody claims that I know the monk who spread Buddhism into China, who went from India, he is bluffing. Because no, that is an Upinder Singh based question. You may know the answer because you are preparing for NET, UGC NET, but you may not know it because if you are preparing for UPSC. If conceptual clarity is there, just systematically divide everything so that you can cover everything in the most comprehensive manner possible. Enough days are there to divide these facts. One last thing which I will say to you is, now early medieval is much shorter, very small, very rewarding. When we come back from this break, the longer one where I'm giving you this break till 9:50, 9:20, when we come back, we will then push till 11, finish everything. Here I have to give you a list, some concepts which are linked to the Chola, and then we'll move into Delhi Sultanate, Vijayanagara, Mughals, and Marathas, and end everything. Are we clear about this? Alive, sorted. Our first part is done. Ancient India is done. It has taken us close to 4.5 hours, uh, close to 5 hours in that regard. So I hope in the next 3.5 hours, medieval is much shorter. 9:30, okay. We come back at 9:30. Then be ready to push for the next 1.5 hours as much as possible. Right? So I'll see you at 9:30. We start medieval at 9:30 p.m. Right? Okay. See you. Bye. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Am I audible? Am I visible? Yes, sir. Okay. So we finally finished around 9 o'clock our story with regards to ancient India. And I'll give you a brief recap of it because that makes more sense. And the idea is very simple, that now we have to power through from early medieval to medieval, which is quite easy. Medieval is much less messier than what is called as ancient India. Now, our evolution, our evolution started from this idea of, so I'm reiterating the whole timeline per se for you. So we discussed Paleolithic, fire, rudimentary tools, bulky tools. Over and above that, we discussed the aspect related to how Pleistocene decided how the human evolution was, furry animals, slow animals, all of that. Then Mesolithic, hunting gathering with animal husbandry, along with the aspect of the microliths and burials and rituals. Then Neolithic, complex society, state formation, agriculture, sedentary life, pottery, all of that here. Then we discussed the non-Harappan Chalcolithic, which is more towards ruralization and the sites itself. Indus Valley Civilization, we discussed its geographical expanse, internal external trade, writing which is not deciphered, the polity which we don't know really, decline, different factors, religion which is naturalistic. Then we moved from there and split our story into two parts. One story went with early Vedic, later Vedic, Mahajanpada, Maurya, Post-Maurya, and Gupta. And the other story went from Megalithic to Sangam to Satvahana to end with Vakatakas. Right? Everywhere I have tried to keep the story as clean as possible, and the least, you can say, number of facts were pushed to you. Early Vedic, pastoralist, women have some power, Sabha Samiti Vidata, the agriculture has not come through, the tribal authority, tribal power is there, tribal control is there, which in turn leads to no taxation. Later Vedic, evolution on that, 4 Varna structure, women get subordinated, Shudras get subordinated, the Varnas, Vedic Brahmanistic fold, monarchical systems, ritualistic, all lot of things we discussed here. Then Maurya, we discussed Dhamma, edicts, and the concept of what is called as the Macedonian Invasion, which is quite important. Then in Mahajanpada, we had discussed Buddhism, Jainism, the concept of Ashtang Marg, the concept of Atriya Sachai, Three Ratnas, Three Ratna, Mahavratas, Anuvratas, the concept of soul and salvation. Post Maurya, we discussed all the political configuration, highest point of trade, society wise Varna Samskara, and Gupta was the process of decentralization through the concept of what is called as land grants. I hope Sangam and all of these things are sorted. I want everybody's assertion here. Yes, sir. In the past 5 hours, we have been able to figure out everything. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, perfect. So now we push till 11:30 and finish everything. What is needed? This was your last break, your dinner break. Now let's go forward. Now, see, the reason why early medieval is considered to be early medieval is because of the certain features which it exhibits. Early medieval is known for three very important features. First is urban contraction. There will be, the trade will go down, urbanization will go down. Fragmented polity, which is because of the land grants which have been given, which is fragmented polity, fragmented understanding. And then you have the concept of what is called as fragmented army, meaning the armies are also fragmented, one imperial, one feudatory. The word feudatory becomes very important. Satavahanas introduced land grants. Now it has created local power centers, which in turn leads to this land grant concept to be misused for services. And therefore, we have a feudatory local power center who is basically being held by a centralized power. Whenever the centralized power becomes weak, the whole empire scatters. This is what we discussed. Now, early medieval is a period in which we have very messy polities, meaning it has total 24 to 25 dynasties. So if I show you the list, the first set is between 500 to 700. And here you have Yashovarman, later Guptas, Maukhari, Gauda, Maitrakas, Pushyabhuti, Western Ganga, Kadamba, Chalukya, Pallava, Somvanshi, Varmans, Vishnu Kudin, and Salankyas. But what is the saving grace here is you only need to know later Guptas, the Pushyabhuti or Harshvardhan, and Chalukya and Pallava. That's it. Nothing more. If you start to mess up your understanding by trying to learn each one of them, you will never be able to, because it's too much facts. Here again, for example, Pushyabhuti, Harshvardhan, their location is very, very important. For example, when we talk about how India is evolving, see, later Guptas emerge where the Guptas were. You have the Gaudas and the Varmans who are going to emerge in this sector. You will have the Maukharis, Pushyabhuti, and you will have the Maitrakas, the Chalukyas, and the Pallavas, who will become the major actors in this area. You have Pushyabhuti, Maukhari, later Gupta, Gauda Varman, Maitrakas, Chalukya, and Pallavas. But this is the first understanding. Power will shift away from Patliputra to Kannauj, and there will be a lot of changes. This is not the period of the Prala Pratyana Rajputas. This will be further consolidated into Pushyabhuti becoming the most important actor here. Gaudas under Shashanka, Varmans, the Maitrakas, the Chalukyas, and the Pallavas. These are the three most important actors which you should know about. Pushyabhuti, Chalukya, Pallava, and how they interact with one another. This is called early in the courseware. You must have seen there are two chapters: Post-Gupta, Early Medieval. So this is the Post-Gupta chapter. And Chalukyas are also 4, not 1. I'll tell you how it works. So do you understand the evolution? How the Guptas and the Vakatakas actually gave way to this fragmented polity, because all of them are nothing but the what we call as feudatories of the Chalukya, of the Guptas and the Vakatakas. Now you have to understand and know only certain things about these three. Now pay attention to this. If you can remember this, your political history of this period is done. In the next 10 minutes, I will revise everything with you here, and you just have to concentrate and understand it. Now, Pushyabhuti, Harshvardhan is the main most important personality. Thanesar was their first capital, and thereafter he is called Harsha also. And Ravikriti is his most important, rather not Ravikriti, but Banbhatta. Banbhatta is his most important personality who writes the Harshcharita. And Harshcharita tells us the story of Harshvardhan. Here you have to understand, Huan Sang is going to roam around in his empire, and he will then be robbed. Capital punishment will be talked about. The process of giving land grants as salary in an institutionalized way is linked to Harshvardhan. Harshvardhan will not be able to go to South India because of one man who will defeat him in the Battle of Narmada, which is called as Pulkeshin II. This is how Pushyabhutis are basically praised. Huan Sang came under Chandragupta Vikramaditya. Fahayan came under Chandragupta Vikramaditya. Huan Sang under Harshvardhan. We all know that. Then you have Chalukyas. Now, please understand one thing. There are not one but four Chalukyas. First is called Chalukyas of Badami. They are the original Chalukya. Here you need to know one person called Pulkesin II. He fought his uncle Mangalesa to come to power. Aiol inscription is the most important inscription written by Ravikriti, who basically tells us about first how he defeated Harshvardhan in Battle of Narmada and the conflict between the Chalukyas and the Pallavas. Chalukyas of Badami split up into two. One is called Chalukyas of Lata, Chalukyas of Vengi, and Chalukyas of Kalyani. Chalukyas of Kalyani. And it is the Chalukyas of Kalyani who will further give birth to Chalukya of Lata. The last is the Chalukyas of Lata, the fourth successors. Eastern and Western Chalukyas as they're called. Right? All are just related to the Chalukyas of Badami. Pulkesin II is the most important personality here. You don't even need to know anybody else other than this. Then it is the Pallavas. Pallavas are very, very important. Remember, Pahallavas and Pallavas are different. Pallavas are very important for art and culture. Here, there are three very important personalities. Mahendra Varman, Narsimha Varman 1 and Narsimha Varman 2. He is called Mamala, who established the Mahabalipuram or Mamalapuram, and he is called Raj Simha. He is the one who is considered to be the person who started the rock cut phase, and early Dravida will come under him. Narsimha Varman II is Pancharath and the highest point of rock cut architecture. He is the father of, in a way, of Dravida architecture with the shore temple. And their history is again embroidered with the Chalukyas in how they each avenge each other's death and destruction. That is the whole point here. That is the whole point here. So therefore, Pahallavas, you need to know 3. Pulkesin II, Harshvardhan. 5 names I think you can remember. Can you? Can you remember 5 names for the examination? And for mains examination also. I think you can do that. Yes, sir. Okay, very good. Now, when this set is completed, because it is feudatory politics, nothing really is there. So, economic decline, social stratification is happening, Varna Samskara is happening, Bhagavatism is spreading, temple architecture is expanding. Simple, straightforward is, we move out of this section to what is called as early medieval dynasties. And this is what one of you actually talked about, which is 700 to 10, you can say 1192. This is the period which is very critical for transition to medieval. Gujra or Gujra Pratihara, Pala and Rashtrakutas. 3 very important actors. Along with the Cholas. These are the imperial Cholas. And what will be, or the successors of the Gujra Pratihara or the Pala Pratihara Rashtrakuta are going to be the Rajputs. This again I will teach you through a map and it will be very easy to understand. Now, Pala Pratihara Rashtrakuta is a whole concept of how Palas are placed here, Pratiharas are placed here, Rashtrakutas are placed here, and Cholas are placed here. 4 very important actors. These 3 actors are fighting for Kannauj, which is at the intersection of the different, you can say, 2 major trade routes. Now, in this story again, there's a very interesting play on which UPSC asks questions. In the Palas, they are going to ask their religion because they are Buddhist. They are Buddhist, Gopala and Dharampal. We'll talk about Vikramshila, Nalanda, all of that in art and culture. Kumar Gupta is the one who established Nalanda and Vikramshila Dharampal. Now, the Pratiharas under Nagabhatta, Bhoja being the most important. And Rashtrakutas have different names altogether. Danti Durga, Indra, Krishna, one very important, and Amogha Varsha, which automatically tells you that they are basically Vaishnavites. And here again, Bhoja, Mihir Bhoja, everybody knows Vaishnavites. Now, all of them are fighting for Kannauj. There's again back and forth between each of them. We don't really care about that much. Cultural contributions, Rashtrakutas keep this sector very strong. Pratiharas, Gujar Pratiharas are the ones who actually control this sector properly. Palas revive Buddhism in this sector. Last major Buddhist dynasty in this area, Abhahata is the one which is the text which will become the mother of Buddhism, of Bengali, Assamese, Maithili. And yes, Krishna one is the one who established the Kailashnath temple. Ellora was developing at this point of time. So we have Pratihara, Rashtrakuta, Pala, and now come the Cholas. Yes, why am I having this discussion with you, Chahak? Is because the same dynasties are extremely critical for art and culture. One stone, two birds. That is why I'm not taking you into unnecessary zones altogether. This is how you can complete ancient and medieval in a given space with the best type of output-input ratio. Now, when we go to Cholas, these are the Cholas who are the most powerful. And this is where you have Vijayala, then Raja, and then Rajendra I. Here again, you need to understand 2 to 3 things. Raja captured north of Sri Lanka. He took Maldives, but he only was able to take north. He was able to also subdue the Cheras and the Pandyas who were there. Thereafter, Rajendra I is the one who is considered the most important. Why? Because he completed the process of taking Sri Lanka. He even fought with the Sri Vijaya Empire here, and this whole sector was called the Chola Lake. Rajendra basically did not have direct control, but he had control through suzerainty, indirect control. He will also be the one who will go and defeat certain Pala subsidiaries and feudatories and then develop the capital of Gangai Konda Cholapuram, the Chola who captured the Ganga. So Gangai Konda Cholapuram, Gangai Konda Chola temple, and the most important aspect that he crossed the peninsular sector into Ganga. But in the Cholas, one area which is quite important is their land grants, because it's a very important area out of which you can get a lot of questions. Terms: Velenavagai, Brahmadeya, Shalbhoga, Devdana, Palichandanam. This is a very important set. This is the Uttarameru inscription. We'll talk about it. See, Velenavagai was a land which is not given by the king to anybody. King collects the taxes. Non-Brahmadeya land it is called. Brahmadeya land is one which is being given to a Brahmin, and the Brahmin is the one who collects the taxes. He is a local power center there. Then you have what is called as Devdana. The reason why temples today have so much land is because Devdana grants were given, where the god was given multiple villages. If you give a Devdana grant to a Jain temple, then it is called Pali Chachandam, which is a grant to a Jain temple as a form of donation. Shal Bhoga is a grant which is given to a school so that it can run its basic things on a day-to-day basis. And a Ghata grant, a Ghatika grant, or a Matha grant is the land on which the temple, the school is constructed itself. This is what is written here also. You see, land of non-Brahmadaya, Brahmin, school, temple, Jain institutions. Now, what was given? It gave rights over everything, from water to the trade to the agriculture, everything. But what is the most important discussion which we can have here is the difference between Ur, Sabha, Nagaram. Ur is a body which exists in non-Brahmadaya villages. It is a local body which basically is linked to having all varnas, or rather we'll say upper three varnas, adults, male. That is the decision making body here. Sabha is in Brahmadaya villages. And this one, only Brahmin, male. This body is still inclusive, but women and Shudras are not part of it. This body is the most exclusive because only Brahmin males are there, because the whole village is controlled by a Brahmin. Nagaram is in port cities where merchants have control and merchants take control per se. Now, one thing should be very clear. The most exclusionary body, which is Sabha, had the most difficult task of being, in a way, you can say, if you want to get elected to it, you needed the most amount of qualifications. That is where the Uttamerur inscription comes into context. To get elected to the Sabha, a Brahmin should own his own land and home, should be between 35 to 70 years. Knowledge of Vedas should be there, well versed in administrative matters. Members, if he has been past 3 years, he has been in a part of the Sabha, he cannot be, and he should submit the accounts of all his relatives and himself. And that too, it was a lottery system in which the name was added into a pot and a small boy would take out the name. So what is interesting is that the qualifications to become a Sabha member is more than what we have to become a part of the parliament today. And more than that, it is the most exclusionary body, but has the most difficult process of being part of it also. So if we talk about early medieval, please, Pala, Pratihara, Rashtrakuta, Chola, Chalukya, Pallava, Harshvardhan. If you can remember their name of rulers, Pulkesin, then Mahendra Varman, Narsimha Varman 1, Narsimha Varman 2, then Harshvardhan, along with Karikal, Vijayala, Raja Rajendra, and Rashtrakutas, Danti Durga and all, and Pala and Pratihara rulers. You are sorted. Uttameru is only for Sabha. You are sorted. Don't get overwhelmed by this area per se. Can we agree to this? Can we agree to this? That, sir, we will not go beyond this. We will keep ourselves to this. If a question comes beyond this point, as it is, you will not be able to answer. Let's be very honest. Because you are already in the mood to leave things. I am in the mood to make you learn things which may get you some marks. So it's a compromise between you and me. You will leave. I am asking you only do this. इतना तो कर ही सकते हो. Previously, what was the point? I used to say, do 6 books. Your argument was, sir, give us 1 book. Now we have reached to a point now, when I've given you 1 book, students are saying, sir, isme bhi chapter bata do. which is problematic because if I've given you one book, then I can't ask you to be selective. If you want to read further and if you have done it through the courseware, it has everything related to these other dynasties also. But within that also, just make sure that you concentrate on these areas. Concentrate on these areas. I'm not asking you to do a thesis on any. That's it. Right? Now, we are now transitioning to medieval. And I want 150% attention because from 700 to 1192, I'll go through in the form of maps. Meet, you have to revise, only then you will remember anything. It is not specific to history, it is specific to every subject which you will do. Without revision, you will never remember anything. Vakatakas, Pushyabhuti, Chalukya Badami, Pallavas, Ghadwalas, Hoysala, doubt for Pallavas. Pallavas are contemporaries of Chalukyas and Pushyabhuti. That is fine, Lakshya. I have given you time period also here. If you want to specifically put them in chronological order, I have time period also here. Pushyabhuti is 500. Chalukyas is 6th century. We don't know exact date. And Pallavas is 4th century. So Pallavas would be first, then it would be Pushyabhuti, then it would be Chalukyas. Then Chalukyas. Fine? Okay. Hoysalas are very late. Hoysala Kakatiyas are in the end of the story when they are contemporaries to Delhi Sultanate. Okay. अभी वो भी sort out करते हैं, वो भी timeline. You must have seen that in the courseware, in middle, there is a very important timeline of Delhi of early medieval. That should help you generally also. Governed by merchants includes upper caste merchants. No, all merchants, all are Vaishyas only. Right? Okay. Can we start our understanding from this point forward? Very important discussion. Because then Delhi Sultanate, Vijayanagara and Mughals is not that difficult. It's very logical per se. Nothing out of the box. Okay. Now, our story starts with the Pratiharas, Palas, Rashtrakutas, Cholas. This is the period in which we are there. Right? This is where we are. Now, Pratiharas were also decentralized land grant giving. Rashtrakutas are also decentralized land grant giving. Palas are also decentralized land grant giving. Cholas are also giving a lot of land grants. So, very naturally, their successors are going to be their feudatories only. However, I want to add one more section to this story, which is what is happening in Central Asia. When I take into consideration Central Asia, then I add another actor which is called the Abbasid Caliphate here. Abbasid Caliphate, one of the most powerful Islamic dynasties and empires spreading across the Afghanistan sector till most of the Sinai Peninsula and West Asia. But our focus turns when it is declining. Now, when we move to the period between 800 to 900 CE, in the Indian subcontinent, the four actors are more or less there and thereabouts, but they are showing little bit of decline. They all are in their decline phase. Cholas hold ground as they do. But here the Abbasid Caliphate is succeeded by one of its Turkish subsidiaries, or the Turkish, you can say, Turks are two types: non-Islamicized Turk and Islamicized Turk, which is some Turks converted to Islam, some did not convert to Islam. When some converted to Islam, they became part of the Abbasid Caliphate. Within that, they were able to find their space as palace guards. Later, they became, you can say, kingmakers, and they install a entity here which is called the Samanid dynasty. It's called the Samanid dynasty. This is all Satish Chandra. If you have read first two chapters, close to 100 pages, I'm giving you a summary of it. Now, Samanid dynasty, it is in good space initially, but the Turks have now become powerful and they generally believe what's the point of ruling through the Samanids. So now when our attention towards turns towards this period, 990, 998 and 1030, Abbasid is, Samanid is after Abbasid. We see a major change, which is the Turks capturing power and establishing themselves at a place called Ghazni. And that is why they were called as the Ghaznavid dynasty. Ghaznavid dynasty. The person who established the Ghaznavid dynasty is a person called Al-Tigin, Haltibin Tagin, what you want to call, and his successor is called Shupt Tigin. But in 998, rises a person called Mahmud of Ghazni. Alp-Tigin, Shukt-Tigin, now Mahmud of Ghazni, 998-1030. He is a disaster for India. In India also, a lot of changes have happened between this period. You have the Hindu Shahi rulers who have emerged here, one Rajput dynasty. You have the Sultans of Multan. Then you have the Tomars, Chauhans, Pratiharas, Gahadwalas, Sena, Pala, Paramars, Chandela, and Solanki, along with the Cholas who are chilling in the south. So, very simply, why have they emerged? Can anybody tell me why? Why is there now a, you can say, acceleration, or why are there so many actors which are emerging in North India? What is the reason for that? Come on, tell me. What is the reason for that? Yes. Feudatory mentality, land grants, and feudatory politics leads to fragmentation. Beautiful. Very good. Very good. Great. Now, Mahmud of Ghazni wanted to expand towards the west and also had non-Turkish, non-Islamicized Turks coming from the north. So what he saw was that the Indian subcontinent was rich in money and that money was concentrated in temples. Now Mahmud of Ghazni is going to enter the Indian subcontinent 17 times, and the Hindu Shahi rulers are the ones who basically take the main brunt of Mahmud of Ghazni along with the Sultans of Multan and the Solankis. The Somnath temple is going to be looted multiple times, and he had no territorial ambitions. He did not want to expand into India. He just wanted to loot India. So he's a plunderer, not a person who wants to further expand into India. This was something which was possible because of feudatory mentality. The disunity of this sector and the disunity and the multiple actors, not my problem mentality, in turn led to such type of incursions to happen on a regular basis. But in 1030, Mahmud of Ghazni will die. In 1030, when Mahmud of Ghazni will die, 1030 to 117 period is a period of consolidation. Here we will have the successors of the Ghaznavid dynasties to come into context. They are called Seljuks. But Seljuks did not want to expand into India. What is more important is the Chauhans are able to capture the Tomars. The Gahadwalas are able to take this Dwab sector, Jayachandra. Here we have Prithviraj III. We have the Senas who are going to establish themselves here. Chandelas who are going to establish themselves here. Paramars who are going to establish themselves here. And Solankis who are going to establish themselves here. Cholas are establishing and holding on to this sector. We have multiple polities in this sector. We don't have to deal with them. Chauhans become the de facto border of the Indian subcontinent. And this in turn is going to be important because when in 1117-1192 period, when the Seljuk dynasty is going to disintegrate, it will disintegrate into two pieces. It will disintegrate into two pieces. The first piece is going to be called the Khwarizmi dynasty. Khwarizmi dynasty. Jalaluddin. And this will be called the Ghurid Empire, ruling from Gur. And the person who is ruling here, his name is Muhammad of Gori. In India, Cholas are stable, Chauhans are here, and Solankis are here, Gahadwalas are here, Senas are here, the Paramars are here, the Chandelas are here. Approximate location. And now Khwarizmi dynasty starts to create pressure on the Ghuridian Empire. Gori has no option. He can't go west. And unlike Mahmud of Ghazni, he will now choose to come to India. He will first enter through the Gomal Pass. Here he will do a mistake because if you take the Gomal Pass, you straight away go towards Thar Desert. Here he will be defeated by a small ruler in Mount Abu itself, and he will then go back this route. But next time he is going to enter from the Khyber Pass. When he enters from the Khyber Pass, he automatically now is poised to reach a place called Terrain. Prithviraj the third gets to know, or Prithviraj Chauhan gets to know that Gori has entered and he will now move towards Terrain. And now we will have the first battle of Terrain in 1191, second battle of Terrain in 1192. 1191, Gori is going to be defeated. Gori went back, he was saved, but Gori understood that he had to change the strategy. Prithviraj Chauhan will try to seek help from Jayachandra. Jayachandra will promise him, very famously known as the betrayal of the son-in-law and the father-in-law. And that is where, when second battle of Terrain will happen, Chauhans, because of feudatory mentality and fragmented army, will in turn lose the second battle of Terrain because of the iron stirrup, mounted archers, slow elephant army, and feudatory mentality, which in turn will lead to the Chauhans to lose to Gori and the end of the early medieval period and the inauguration of the transition between 1192 to 1206, which is establishment of Delhi Sultanate. Now, I hope that this story makes sense, because if you read it out of a book, it will be very, very messy and very detailed. You need to know why he lost. We know that. You also need to know what is the basic ebb and flow. That you also understand. Now, we enter medieval, and medieval, you have to understand the timeline is much, much easier to understand. Much easier to understand, much simpler to understand. See, what is the medieval timeline? You have 1206, Delhi Sultanate, 1336, Vijayanagara, 1347, Bahmani, 1414, Sayyids, 1450-51, Lodhis, 1526, Mughals, and 1707, end of Mughal dynasty. Now, multiple texts would argue multiple texts would argue that this whole period is Delhi Sultanate. But I have said this multiple times. Sayyids and Lodhis are considered to be separate entities from Delhi Sultanate because Sayyids were not part of the natural process of how things were succeeding. 1630 is Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, and this period of 1550s, 1560s is also the period of Sikhs. But remember, Delhi Sultanate core period is 1206 to 1414 till Tughlaqs. Sayyid and Lodhis are actually called as pre-Mughal dynasties. They are not, because Timur is involved here. And because Timur is involved, it is not a natural succession, which you have to understand. Because Timur will come in 1398. And that is where things will get complicated. If you can remember this timeline, I don't want you to remember Deccan Sultanate timeline per se, which falls between this period. It will fall here, 1492, 1490 and 1518, which is basically Golconda, Bijapur, Ahmednagar, Berar, Bidar. I don't want you to fall into that trap. If you can remember Delhi Sultanate, Vijayanagara, Bahmani, Sayyid, Lodhi, Mughal, you're sorted along with the Marathas. Maratha politics as it is goes into early medieval, or rather early modern per se. This is basically medieval timeline. Now, let's talk about what happened between 1192 and 1206 and why it is called Delhi Sultanate and not Ghuridian Sultanate. The reason why that happened is because when Gur went back, two governors were appointed, Yalduz and Kutubuddin Aibak. When Gori died, Yalduz said to Kutubuddin Aibak, you report to me. Kutubuddin Aibak said no. And he severed the ties with Central Asia, thereby establishing what is called as Delhi Sultanate, independent entity 1206. Now, the rulers are very simple here. You have to remember Aibak, Iltutmish, Razia, Balban. These are all called the Mamluks. Thereafter, you have the Khiljis. Khiljis, you have Jalaluddin and Alauddin. Then you have the Tughlaqs. Tughlaqs is Ghyasuddin, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Nothing out of the box. This, if you know these names, you are sorted. Aibak 1206, 1210, established, died in the process of paying Chogun. Iltutmish, Chahalgani, which is 40 nobles, plus was able to manage Genghis Khan, plus Tanka and Jittal, which is 2 coins, silver coin and copper coin, plus Ikta system, all under him only. Razia, politics of Chahalgani increased. She was actually in a way, was actually a victim of the politics of the Chahalgani. Sultan's power goes down, dies in the process of controlling the rebellion in Lahore. Balban takes back the power away from Chahalgani. Afrasiab, Sijda Paibos manages the Mongolian threat, and over and above that is the one who establishes power back into the Sultan by breaking the back of the Chahalgani. Jalaluddin, considered to be good, but his ambitious nephew Alauddin captures power. Most powerful, was able to reach till South India. In that regard, Alauddin, known for his market reforms and how he managed the empire quite well. Ghyasuddin Tughlaq, remembered for Nizamuddin Aulia and how he was establishing the what we call as the Tughlaqabad fort. Muhammad bin Tughlaq, 4 experiments, which we'll discuss. That is what destroyed him. Firoz Shah Tughlaq was not able to manage, establish multiple cities, and made Ikta hereditary. That is why it destroyed the empire. Now, there's also a set of what is called as administrative terminologies which you need to know. And the name of Mongols, because this has come in the examination. Now I'm going into the factual section so that you can understand the factual. See, 1298 is Chengiz Khan, who was managed by Iltutmish. Till 1227, Chengiz Khan was alive. Iltutmish managed him. Ter Bahadur Halaku were managed by Balban. Abdullah was managed by no one else but Jalaluddin Khilji. And thereafter, Dawa Khan, Saldi, Kutulu Khwaja and Targi all fall under Alauddin Khilji. Alauddin had 6 incursions of the Mongols into India. Lucky Peshwan, मेरी बात सुन लो. Don't spam, please. Nobody is going to respond. You have come in the wrong chat to talk to somebody. कोई खाली chat ढूंढ लो. Now, you should know both. This part also, this part also. This part also, this part also. Who managed from the Delhi Sultanate side and who are the Mongols in that regard? Who are the Mongols in that regard? Further, the next most important discussion under Delhi Sultanate is the market reforms. Market reforms is how Alauddin Khilji basically had a standing army, how he managed it. He took the grains at the least, you can say, least price possible from the peasants, controlled the Banjaras so that there is no supply issue. Further, then he created 3 mandis, which is mandi for grains, mandi for slaves and horses, and mandi for textiles. Shahnai Mandi managed each of them. Barids were the spies which used to check. Central price list was created so that he could give a lower salary, but it had purchasing power. This is market reforms of Alauddin Khilji. Muhammad bin Tughlaq wasted the resources of the empire in 4 experiments. First experiment was shift of capital from Delhi to Daulatabad. Daulatabad is much arid, is not the center of the empire per se. Too many Mongolian incursions were happening at this point of time, and he will shift back the empire to Delhi. Thereafter, second experiment is called as the token currency. Silver shortage, a lot of other empires or a lot of other rulers at this point of time were using token currency, where the currency does not have intrinsic value. He introduces a copper coin, a bronze coin having the value of silver coin. Counterfeiting, he will demonetize, will create a major issue. Tamrashirin is the one who is encouraging. Third is called Khurasan expedition. Raises a standing army, does not bring in market reform, drains the treasury, does not even attack Khurasan. And fourth is called the Karachil expedition, where he basically enters, says that there is something happening with the Katoch rulers in the Karachil Kumaon hills, sends an army without any winter gear, which in turn leads him to then get back only half of the men who are there. So this is the 4 experiments of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Then one administrative system is very important for you, which is Ikta. Ikta is the process of dividing the empire into 2 parts. The Kharaj and Ikta. Kharaj is crown land, directly goes to the king. Core area. Ikta is a land grant given to an officer in lieu of service. But why it is not decentralizing? Because it is non-hereditary, non-permanent, transferable. He has to maintain law and order, general administration, revenue administration, also have a small army. If there is excessive revenue, that has to go to the central treasury. Third is called Khurasan expedition. Fourth is called as the Karachil expedition. So this is Ikta for you. Now when I go into the Vijayanagara Bahmani sector, Bahmani per se, you should only know 3 names. Alauddin Hasan Gangu, who's the one who established the empire. Second one is called as the person who made Bahmani very important, Firoz Shah Bahmani. And last is Mahmud Gawan. Mahmud Gawan is the one who ruled in the name of Muhammad III, and he made the Deccan sector very powerful. The Bidar Madrasa was created, did a lot of administrative changes. Nothing out of the box here. UPSC is not asked a question. Two very important capitals, Gulbarg and Bidar. However, Vijayanagara, we have four different dynasties which ruled. Sangama, Sulva, Tuluva, Arividu. Sangamas, most important, Devraya 1, Devraya 2. Sulvas, you have Imadi Narsimha. Tulvas, Krishna Devraya. And Arividu, mostly the period in which everything starts to decline. Now, Sangamas are the ones who took the brunt from the Bahmanis. This is the problem. The location is such that you have Delhi Sultanate here, you have Vijayanagara, Bahmani here, you have Vijayanagara here. Vijayanagara could not go north because of the Bahmanis. Bahmani could not go south because of Vijayanagara. And Bahmani could not go north because of Delhi Sultanate. 1336, 1347 and 1206 till 1414. One thing which you should understand here is that Bahmanis were using what is called as Prabhus or Deccani Brahmins in their administration, which shows their understanding and outlook. Vijayanagara started to use mounted archers, which made Krishnadevara's army the most formidable in this sector. And they are all interacting with one another. All. Now, Vijayanagara Empire, the most important system is called the Nayankara system, in which there is crown land and the Raya thereafter gave the Nayaks, who are military generals, lands. And that is called Amara. It's exactly the copy of Ikta system. But the difference here is that it is hereditary, mostly permanent, and it is mostly non-transferable, but they did it to punish. They had the same set of issues, which is general administration, revenue administration, law and order, have an army. But Nayankara system is purely decentralizing. Purely decentralizing. Ikta had a decentralizing tendency. This has pure decentralizing tendency. And that is where the Nayankara system was the backbone, but was also decentralizing. That is why Vijayan Empire is going to scatter into multiple contexts. The same concept was replicated at the village level in what is called as the Aigar system. Under the Aigar system, the Nayaks used to appoint three very important actors: watchman, the village headman, and accountant. And each was paid through a land grant, in exceptional cases through cash. It is called a Manya grant. So basically the whole structure which evolved from Devraya II's time under Sangama rule and became properly entrenched under Krishna Devraya rule under Tulvas was that you had the Raya, then you had the Nayak, and then you had the watchman, headman, and accountant. This relationship was established and played through the Nayankara system, and this relationship was established and played via the Aigar system. We will discuss the cultural contribution separately, as I told you, in art and culture. Are you with me till this point? Come on, tell me. Are we on the same page? Aigar, Amar Naika, same thing. Pavan. Yes? Okay. Now, the Delhi Sultanate suffered a major blow in 1398 when Timur entered. When Timur entered and sacked the Delhi Sultanate under Mahmud Tughlaq, whilst going back, he nominated the governor of Multan to become the Sultan of Delhi, and that in turn led to the establishment of a small dynasty here who are called the Sayyids. Sayyids did not rule quite long and quite far away from Delhi. Khirs Khan, Mubarak, Muhammad, and the last who later is going to be basically subsumed by his own governor. His name was the Alam Shah, and the governor was called Bahlul Lodi. So the basic point is Sayyids have no real contribution to the story other than just being a transitionary. But Delhi Sultanate in a way had ended because the Timurian nomination had come through, not a natural process of succession. Sayyids would never come to rule. Now, what is important for us is now building up to the Battle of Panipat. Lodis established themselves under Bahlul Lodi, Bahlul, Sikandar, Ibrahim. Bahlul, very egalitarian, Afghan, liked his nobles. Sikandar and Ibrahim started to become despotic rulers. His own governor started to hate him. That is why the governor of Punjab, his name is Daulat Khan Lodi, started to hate Ibrahim Lodi. And this whole sector is what the whole Lodis hold. Daulat Khan Lodi is the governor of what is called as Punjab. You have new actor who emerges in this sector. His name is Rana Sangha. Rana Sangha is basically consolidating the Rajput sector. Thereafter, we have the Vijayanagara Empire of whatever is left at this point of time in 1526, though Krishnadevaya is now basically starting to come to his own. And you have 5 actors who will emerge in this sector in Ahmednagar, Golconda, Bidar, Berar, and Bijapur. So we don't need to worry about them too much, as it is UPSC is not asked a question directly out of this area. So in the process of revision, you have to keep these sectors, you can say sectors first. Now, Daulat Khan Lodi started to hate Ibrahim Lodi because of his cruel politics and had to pay a very big amount. At the same point of time in Central Asia, the Timurid Empire had started to disintegrate. 3 parts were created. First part was subsumed by the Ottomans. Second part was subsumed by the Safavids. And the third part, Uzbeks were basically moving and creating chaos amongst the sons of and grandsons of Timur. And this is where one grandson of Timur, Babar, was moving in and around Kabul. Now, when Daulat Khan Lodi when Babar approached Daulat Khan Lodi initially, he did not get any form of response from him. But because Ibrahim Lodi was becoming a problem, Daulat Khan Lodi, and this is considered to be true, Rana Sangha and Daulat Khan Lodi both invited him from Kabul to come into India, defeat Ibrahim Lodi and go back. But they did not know that Babar was a big Bhikhari, not the Chaktai Turk and the Timur which everybody thought he was. So therefore, he was a Timurid, and from Fargana he had reached till Kabul, and now he was just looking for some opportunity. On platter, Daulat Khan Lodi will give it. As soon as Babar will enter, Rana Sangha will back off because he understood that Babar was not going to go back. Ibrahim Lodi and Babar will meet in the plains of Panipat, surrounded by 2 walls of what is called as hills. Babar was here to stay. Here he will use 2 very important things to win. For the first time, artillery is going to be used. Gunpowder was known in the Indian subcontinent through Vijayanagara and Bahmani, but never effectively used. At the same point of time, he will use the Ottoman technique of Tulugma or Rumi, where he basically created a Trishul formation, basically, where he had one flank here, one flank here, one flank here, and he created multiple fronts in the battlefield. And this was not known in India. And Ibrahim Lodi, with a numerically bigger army, lost in the first battle of Panipat, which in turn led to the establishment of the Mughal Empire in India. Now, Babur will move systematically. He will first defeat at Panipat Ibrahim Lodi. Then he will go to Khanwa to defeat Rana Sanga, who he believed had betrayed him. Then he'll move to Chanderi to defeat the Rajputs who were left under Medni Rai. And then he will move to Ghagra to kill or end the Lodi Empire which was left. However, he will not be able to. Lodis will still be there, Afghans will still be there, and start to recoup under a person called Sher Khan Lodi, also called as Sher Shah Suri. Sher Shah Suri is now going to become a problem for Babur and his son Humayun. This was previously in the NCRT. Unfortunately, this NCRT has now been discontinued, but I have these tables for you here. Once you get the PPT, you can always use it. Humayun had two problems to face. Firstly, he did not like war. He was a proper opium addict and loved books. And he had to also manage his brother Kamran, who was extremely ambitious. Second was Sher Khan Lodi, which is Sher Shah Suri. And Sher Shah Suri understood this sector quite well. He fought two battles with him. Chausa, where he was saved by the Ganga river. And in Kannauj, he will be decisively defeated. Then again saved by the river. He will then run to the Safavid Empire. On the way back, it is Akbar who will be born at Amarkot. He will then stay for 15 years in the Safavid Empire, come back in 1555, fight the son of Sher Shah Suri, Sikandar Shah Suri, and reclaim the Mughal Empire in Battle of Sarhind. So now we have Panipat, Khanwa, Chanderi, Ghaggar, Chausa, Kannauj, Sarhind. And then when Akbar will come to power, when Humayun will die whilst falling from the library and breaking his neck, most probably drunk, what is going to happen is that Akbar was only 15 years of age in 1555, 56. 14 years of age per se, and his tutor is now going to step up. His name Bairam Khan. So that this period of Akbar's rule is called Bairam Khan Regency. This initial period till 1560-62, he's under Bairam Khan Regency. Bairam Khan Mahamanga will play a very important role. He will fight the second battle of Panipat against Hemchandra or Hemu, Afghans coming back, but he will decisively be defeated because Hemchandra will be hit in the eye. Remember this point: Panipat, Khanwa, Chanderi, Ghaggar, Chausa, Kannauj, second battle of Panipat. This can be asked in the examination simply as a process of up and down in chronological order. Standard thing which can be asked in the examination. Thereafter, Akbar will be known for 5 to 6 important things: Rajput policy, religious policy, and Mansabdari, which we'll discuss. But because I want to complete the story, political story, now comes his son Jahangir. Jahangir to Akbar transition is okay, but Jahangir faced a rebellion from his own son Khusrau, who then went to the Sikhs, Guru Amardas. Guru Amardas will give him refuge. Later, Jahangir will martyr him. But Jahangir is the period in which Noor Jahan is going to become very important. Noor Jahan Junta, as it is called, and Shah Jahan will start to feel that Noor Jahan was trying to make sure that her son-in-law would become emperor, Shahriyar. So then Shah Jahan had to rebel against Jahangir to come to power. And that is a whole episode in which he will properly rebel. But Shah Jahan will come to power. Shah Jahan is known for architecture, as we'll discuss in Art and Culture, the marathon. But his succession will lead to a problematic person to come to power. His name is Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb, Dara Shikoh, both were fighting for who will become the next ruler. Shah Jahan had chosen Dara Shikoh, but in the Battle of Samugad, Dara Shikoh will be killed by Aurangzeb, which in turn will lead to Aurangzeb to become the emperor. Later, when he reached Agra fort, Shah Jahan closed the gates, he poisoned the water, and he imprisoned Shah Jahan for 8 years in the Agra fort. And Aurangzeb is a problematic personality. And if you remember, we have now come back full circle, because this is the point at which I started to teach in modern India, which is the decline of the Mughal Empire under Aurangzeb. So I hope that now the story gets connected. We have now completed the story from 2 million years ago till 1707, and 1707 to 1947 I've already done with you. So this is basically the political story. Now in this you need to add 4 or 5 major details. First is the Rajput policy of Akbar. Rajput policy of Akbar was threefold. Show them the orange, show them Mughal power, which is by taking major forts: Chittor, Merta, Ranthambore, Kalinjar. Second phase was offer them suzerainty, go into matrimonials if needed, and don't fight. Don't fight. If nobody agrees, then fight with them, which is only Mewar. So you have this whole episode with first Chittorgarh, then Surjan Singh giving Ranthambore, then Kalinjar, and thereafter the first ruler to accept Akbar's suzerainty was Raja Bharmal of Amer. Then his sons Bhagwan Das and Man Singh became very important in the empire, composite nobility. Only Mewar was not ready to accept it, Battle of Haldigati, and later Akbar will even involve the Rajputs to control the Rajputs. Akbar Shah Jahan kept the same Akbar to Jahangir to Shah Jahan same policy. Policy was to give them Watan Jagirs. Do not play internal politics with them. Aurangzeb did it in Rathod Rajputs, which in turn led to what is called as today the alignment and alienation of the Rajputs from Aurangzeb, which in turn led him to go to the Ulemas, which we already discussed. Thereafter, we have Akbar's religious policy. This came in the examination directly, as we have always discussed in class. Starts with Ibadat Khana, where he had conversations with different ulemas and started to realize that all religions talk about the same thing, and in turn led to the development of Sulekul Deen-e-Ilahi. Deen-e-Ilahi, a small cult which he develops, is a mixture of a lot of different religions together based on reason, sun worship, Jain, Buddhist, Hindu elements together. But where he really played a game was to manage Islamic conflicts by two things: Mazhar and infallibility decree. Mazhar, that he is the one who is going to interpret, or he is rather the political and religious leader of all Muslims in India. And the infallibility decree was that he is Imam Adil, which is he is the ultimate interpreter of Islamic rules, and therefore Shia Sunni violence was reduced by him. This is something which is important: infallibility decree, Mazhar, and how he also applied Tawhid-e-Ilahi, Deen-e-Ilahi, and created syncretic environment. This is called religious policy. Now you will not get a question on this, something which we discuss quite a lot in class. Thereafter, I've given you the timeline from where he stopped converting people to Islam when they were prisoners of war: pilgrimage tax, jizya, ibadat khana, infallibility decree, Deen-e-Ilahi, and then you can say reducing the number of animals being killed in the royal kitchen. You can use this. This can come in the examination. Now, the last discussion which I want to have before I go to the Maratha administration, which is the last thing which we need to discuss, which is generally important for the examination, is Mansabdari. Now, Mansabdari system is a very interesting system in which Akbar gives two ranks to his officers: Zat, Sawar. Zat is the position in the empire, numerical ranking system. Sawar is the military obligation they need to have. So 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, whatever it is, right? Sawar is always less than equal to Zat and is the number of men he needs to have, right? Now, Zat Sawar, a Mansabdar could be paid in two ways: cash or Jagir, which connects itself with the concept of Khalisa and Jagir. Khalisa is crown land, Jagir is land grant. If you get a land grant, your salary is going to be credited as land grant revenue. Same concept of ICTA, general administration, revenue administration, and your Sawar rank is the army which you have to keep, along with the aspect of law and order. It is non-permanent, non-hereditary, transferable, so not decentralizing. Cash if you get, then you're only a Mansabdar. Not every Mansabdar is a Jagirdar, but every Jagirdar is a Mansabdar. This system was stable under Akbar. Shah Jahangir and Shah Jahan introduced the process of three ranks. Zat and Sawar then further divided into how many horses you have to keep. Ek aspa, du aspa, she aspa, which is a ti aspa, which is 1, 2, and 3. One man with one horse, one man with two horses, one man with three horses. And that is where it became difficult to manage. Aurangzeb time, too many Jagirs, too many Jagirdars, less Jagirs, which in turn lead to what is called as the Jagirdari crisis, which was one of the reasons for Mughal decline. Revenue administration, you should know about Zapti, which is 1/3 into 10 years average of produce and 10 years average of the rate which had been prevailing. 10 years average, 10 years average, that was called Dhasala. And when you add measurement of land into it, it becomes Dhasala Zapti. Then you have Batai as a process of dividing the produce. Within Batai, you have Khed Batai. The land is divided. If it is Galla Bakshi, then it is grain being divided. And we have Khankut, where grain is checked before it is divided. A whole table is there for this in the PPT also and for the courseware also. Revenue administration, Karori is an officer which was appointed over Kanungo to make sure that everything is in the right space and there's no corruption per se. Revenue administration was sophisticated, unlike what the British would argue with regards to the Mughal Empire per se. Very sophisticated. There are three very important terms. A zamindar is a social category. He's a big landowner. A pahi kasht is a migratory peasant. And a khud kasht is a peasant who has his own land and the village he lives in the same. Muzrain is a tenant who has his own productive resource. A majur is the one who has only his own labor, no productive resources. Pro-peasantry outlook. Now, in the whole story, there is also the rise of the Marathas in 1630 under Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. But Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, what is the most important is three very important terminologies. We have not seen a question coming out of this area. And this is the last discussion which I want to have with you because I don't want to bombard more. I've already given you the story of the Peshwas in modern India, where I've discussed all of this previously also. Sikhs also I've discussed previously with you in the early modern period. So here I just want to point out three things. Ashtapradhan, Chauth Sardeshmukhi. I need only 10-15 minutes from you, nothing more. Chauth Sardeshmukhi Ashtapradhan. Ashtapradhan is the central administration of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, where he is in the middle, where as the Chhatrapati. Then he had a very interesting concept of all the different ministers being connected to them directly. So Peshwa is the prime minister first. Sarai Naubat is the second one, Senapati. They are all only answerable to the Chhatrapati. Third is the Majumdar, who's the accountant, who is not answerable to the Peshwa but directly to the Chhatrapati. Vakya Navis, who's basically the intelligence officer, all for check and balance, all non-hereditary positions. Chitnis or Sunavnivis, the one who takes care of correspondence within the empire. Dabir is the one who's the master of ceremony, who takes care of the household also. Nyayadhish is the one who takes care of justice. And Panditra, who takes care of religious endowments. Ashtapradhan, 8 officers who basically are the backbone of the empire. But Maratha administration was also replicated in the same way at the provincial level, where you have 3 levels. You have the Prant, then you have the Taraf, and then you have the Mauza. Rather, it's the other way around. Prant, Taraf, and Mauza. And what is interesting is, this is under a Subedar, who is already under a Sar Subedar, who is under a Havaldar. So now he has created 3 positions where nobody can actually capture power. So Havaldar, Subedar, and then Sir Subedar. Nobody is as powerful. Check and balance was created everywhere. And even when it came to fort administration, he created a whole hierarchy of officers. He had the subnis, he had the havaldar, he had the sarnobat, and he had the karkhanis, which is havaldar has the keys to the fort. The subnis has the muster roll and revenue responsibilities. And the sarnobat has the military garrison. Means, again, not one person can control the whole fort, and therefore there's always check and balance. This is the beauty of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's power and his administration, which was always very, very important. The last point which we have to discuss before I give you this table, which is the 10 gurus of Sikhs. This is an important, very, very, very important. Learn this, which is Guru Nanak, Guru Angad, Guru Amardas, Guru Ramdas. What is their contribution is given here. Please use this for the examination. This can come as a very direct question in the exam. What is Chauth and Sardeshmukhi? When you are in original Maratha territory, Chauth and Sardeshmukhi does not apply to you. But if you are in Bahmani or Mughal territory, then you pay Chauth, 1/4. 1/4 of anything. A very interesting thing, micro sovereignty is taken away because you go into the protection of the Marathas. You don't look towards the Mughals for power. So, Chauth is that. Sar Deshmukhi is applied when they capture this area. Then there is an additional levy of 10%, which is called Sar Deshmukhi. The idea that you are now part of the empire, therefore you have to pay additional. Chauth Sar Deshmukhi, remember, is like a cess. It's like a cess. 1/4 of produce is Chauth, and then 10% levy over and above that is Sar Deshmukhi. Sar Deshmukhi and Chauth is paid by the peasants. Chauth is only paid by the merchants which are there. So, around 4 p.m. we started with a project. And that project was to cover ancient and medieval in the most comprehensive, but at the same point of time, in a manner in which you can digest everything and also remember everything. I hope that everything did make sense. The PPT will be uploaded into the link which is in the description box. There's a page for it. The simple point is, if you will go and enter into any zone too much, now it is going to be difficult. See, for a student who met me 5 to 6 months back, I would be happy to tell him that you read this, read that, this and that. If you have the course where very systematically cover everything, if you can't do that also, now you just go through this session. Whatever names I've taken, whatever I've talked about, just remember it and work on it. If you can do that and understand the timelines, you will as it is be able to answer most of the question. There are 5 to 6 questions which will come out of ancient and medieval together, but this is critical knowledge that is needed for modern India. Check, we've already discussed. It is critical knowledge for art and culture. Art and culture will suffer if you don't go through this session also. So I hope that you will go through it, and thank you so much for being here. I will meet you mid-month next month in March with the last of the 3 marathons which I had promised to you. The first one was Modern India. The second one was Ancient and Medieval, which I have completed today. And the third is going to be Art and Culture. That will not take 7 hours, but 5-6 hours will cover art and culture also. Thank you. Take care. Good night.